Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome to another stream. It's great to see you all today. Today we have quite the stream for you. I've put together something quite a big stream. Quite a big stream. We got a lot to talk about today. Texas going rogue, defying the Supreme Court, and Republicans basically backing that entire debacle. Supreme Court itself being kind of insane. Also, like I said, the NRA is going under. Thankfully, the #1 child killing organization in the entire country is starting to go under, besides the Republican Party as a whole, obviously. I want to talk a little bit about AI. That's a big one. Donald Trump running the entire Republican Party into the ground, as well as the country, if he gets his hands on it. That one's gone crazy. Donald Trump has literally 1 minute ago, Donald Trump just lost the case that he made against his sexual assault victim. Oh, what a day. What a day. Oh, also, you may see something interesting in the background of the stream. I have moved my biggest aquarium right now, which is just a 10-gallon tall, behind the stream. So you guys get to watch some of my little fishies run around. I just fed them a cube of brine shrimp, so it might be a nice little ride. I might get baby brine shrimp next time. The fully grown brine shrimp are a little too big for my Ember Tetra. My fishes. But no matter what, I'm happy to have you all. Thanks for coming back. I'm gonna pause the music really quick. It's not because I'm getting rid of it, but because I need to turn it down, and I turned it down in a much different way than I should have. There we go. Fishy visuals on the shark stream. So true. I also have a couple snacks with me today, just in case I get a little hangry. I got cube cheese as well as strawed berries. So I'm gonna have a good stream today. And that means you all will too. Happy to have you. So what have you all been up to? I haven't seen you guys in like a day. Anything fun happen? What did my state do this time? Yo, you haven't been keeping up with what Texas has been up to? Holy, it's crazy. Any tips for people looking to decorate their room? I want to redecorate, but I don't know where to start. Just move stuff. #1 thing I would say to redecorating your room, just start moving stuff, bro. Pick some stuff up and just move it. That's what I'm talking about. Literally just like take everything and just move it kind of closer to the center of the room. And then you start walking around everything. All right, and you think about where other stuff can go, and then you just pick one thing and you move it somewhere, and then you pick another thing and you move that somewhere. And this seems like a pretty like, oh, like what the heck? It's not really like structured. It's not supposed to be structured. If you're redecorating your room because it's getting a little stale, because it's not like you know, you may be a little depressed, you feel like you may work better in a different environment, you want to change some things around, then it should be a creative process where you just go through and just put stuff where it feels right, you know, where it fits, #1, and where it feels right, #2. And I think that's how you should just run it. So run it like that. just pick something and just put it somewhere. Will it have to move? Sure, but don't get attached to it. Just start placing stuff. Just start moving stuff and placing stuff. And then it'll come to you in time. And then at the end you will appreciate where everything goes. The only thing I would say is just don't put something where it used to be. It has to go somewhere and it can't go where it was. So you have to find a new place for it. So just take it and move it to somewhere else. Didn't realize you had fish. The tank is nice. Thank you. I appreciate you. Here, I think I may be able to give you a little bit of a closer look. Wrong direction. Zoom. Okay. And what if I pull one of these? And one of these. And then get out of the way. There you go. There you go. You can see it a lot more clearly now. It looks pretty cool. I like it. 10-gallon long. I have a big mystery snail, 8 ember tetra, a powder blue gourami, and 3 used to be 4 Corydorus, false spotted Corydorus. They're false Julii Corydorus. Great little guys. I love them so much. Also a couple shrimp, but some of my shrimp have been dying, so I don't think my tank is mature enough to keep shrimp yet, which is unfortunate.
This meme is very real.
Them, but you know, it do what it does. It is what it do. We just take what we can get. Do not that much. A little cheese cube. There we go. There we go. Anyways. Is one of them the gay fish? I don't know if any of them are gay. I didn't ask, you know? In this house, we implement a sort of don't ask, don't tell when it comes to the fish. I don't ask if they're gay and they don't tell me if they're gay. It's not that I would flush them if they were gay or something. Like I'm not like hateful or anything, you know? I just don't need to know. It's just not my business, you know? That's basically it. There we go. There we go. That looks good. Perfect. Gourami are in fact gay fish. Is that true? Hey, can I get my name changed on here? What is up with you all always typing in your damn names wrong? Yes, you can. What do you need it changed to? Coming in here like, Shark, I don't know how to type. What the hell? Who is Aunt? Let me get a Control C. Control V. Your name has been changed. Also, 50. Thank you so much for the tier 2 subscription. Really appreciate you. Today I've reached 25 years old. In my late 20s, anyone let me know you have, anyone let me put you on some new hotness. Look up Gachi Akuda about a trash boy thrown from heaven. Bleach vibes. Trash boy or trans boy? It's like a boy made of trash. Anyways, thank you so much for the tier 2. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Trash. A trash boy. Okay. All right. Oh, appreciate you. And also happy birthday. Congratulations on reaching late 20s. Many people did not think you would make it this far, but I did. But I did. I knew it. I knew you could make it. I'm old. You're not. You're really not that old. I'm gonna be honest. I'm 25 and I still don't feel that old. I'm technically in my late 20s and I still really don't feel that old.
Used to make the
What's going on with Biden?
beer brewed here. It is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes.
Thank you, Great Lakes. Thank you, amazing, amazing. Beer brewed here. How about beer brewed here? Thank you, thanks to the Great Lakes. He's kind of cooking. I can't lie. I can't disagree with him on that one. I have my disagreements with this Biden guy, but this is not one of them. Absolutely not.
Beer brewed here. It is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. Beer brewed.
Oh, we're right. Thanks for the Great Lakes. Thank you, Great Lakes soda. He's drunk, Jack. He tried the beer. He tried the beer. Ah, hell no. Sound like grandpa's drunk again. He did, Jack. Man in question. What's going on here? This is crazy. Men are so severely mentally ill. This girl has tweeted. You matched with Art. His name is Art. You're most compatible. Nah, let me hit up your friend instead. That's kind of wild. Let me hit up your friend instead. Did he actually think that this was gonna work out? This has to be a joke, right? This is just you being a dick on some dating app. Bro's name is Art, like he's some, like his name is Art, like he's a white girl's pet cat. You know, what names were his parents scrolling through to reach Art? What, like spaghetti? Wyoming? Corn cob? Art. Like, really? Anyways. And what makes you think I'd let you get anywhere near her? Always the refrigerators guarding the snacks. This guy, okay. Always the 4s wanting a 10. Always the oh no, they're having like a quip. They're having a quip off. Always the 240 linebackers trying to hit me up. What are you talking about? Is this person stupid? Lamau, you got... You were the one that sent me the like. Both ugly and dumb is crazy. Please pick a struggle. You're fat and blind. You're fat and blind hoe. Like what? Oh, he can't type either. You choose a struggle, and I want your friend, not you, Quasimodo. My friend doesn't want your ugly ass. There's any other girl with a working brain. That is probably why he's on this dating app, honestly. Anyway, she's like, fuck you. Wait, what is? Oh no, did she get racist? What is this? How is it always the mid as hell Latinos that act like they all that like, sir, go finish paying your child support to your 5 baby mamas, Mr. Crocker looking ass. Oh no, she got racist. I was on her side, and then she was like, I gotta own this guy. I gotta dig into my racism. What is she about to be? Is she about to be like, hop out of here like one of your beans, muchacho? That shit's crazy. And she lost. Oh, she had it for a while and then she just lost it. She about to, she really hit him with a, hello, Mr. Latino, to hop the border between my DMs and the next. Shit's crazy, man. You've fallen for my trap card, racism. Oh wait, guys, wait. I'm hearing a play from the referees. I'm hearing a ruling from the referees. She's Latino. She's a Latina. She revocation of the racism red card. Pull it back. She's Latina as well. She's got the pass. She's got the racism pass. Honestly, makes a lot of sense. The most anti-Mexican people I've ever seen in my entire life have been fellow Mexicans, so. We back. We're so back. the continue on. As the resident Latino referee, I'll allow it. I'm going to tell you this right now. You're in the back of, I love you. Hex, you're in the back of the line when it comes to Latino referees. We got a lot of Latinos in here. We got a lot of Latinos. I don't know why. It's the same thing when it comes to women in the community. Large outgrowth of women and massive outgrowth of Latinos as well. I'm telling you, like, get to the back. I'm not saying this because I don't like you. I love you and thank you for joining the site chat. I'm just letting you know. You're in the back of the line. Crazy. Anyway, she also says he has a small penis. You wish you had some real dick once in your life. I guarantee you the only guys that want to fuck you are desperate 55-year-olds, because I know damn well the only bitches they can get is a 240-pound overweight teacher who hasn't been able to see her toes or her pussy in the last 12 years due to her fupa. Don't worry about praying for me. I don't want you to waste your last couple years you have left on this earth. We all know here in a minute you'll pass due to heart failure. All that pink and fat makes it look like you love cosplaying a pig. Oh, hell nah. Oh, hell no. Anime. Yeah, he actually had his anime supervillain speech in her DMs. Men will instead have anime supervillain speeches. They'll have supervillain yap sessions in girls' DMs instead of simply just going to therapy. When it could have just been so easy. Therapy is so easy. You literally just show up. You yap so much. Start yapping there too, dude. Like, it can't be that difficult. He's the whitest Latino. I'm gonna tell you this as well, and I say this from a place of supreme love. He's also got to get in the back of the line when it comes to when it comes to white pretending disrespectful Latino boys. I hate to be the one to say it. I don't want to be the one to say it, but I am the chosen one after all. And so somebody had to say it, and unfortunately today it has to be me. Why did he think that it would work? Bro, he's mentally ill. He thinks, I don't know, like he thinks he's like, I don't know, maybe he lost weight or something and he thinks he's hot enough to be able to say stuff like that. Maybe he's just disrespectful and is only thinking about it. Like the biggest thing is that he's just disrespectful and only thinks about himself when it comes to these situations, and didn't once actually genuinely care about the woman in the situation just at all. I'll do anything but go to therapy. Yeah. Just did not care about the woman he was speaking to at all. Didn't even cross his mind, honestly. You know what is a great segue into something that I saw today? Yo, take a look at this, because this is crazy. An ideological divide is emerging between men and women in many countries around the world. I think this is one of the most important social trends unfolding today, and it provides an answer to several puzzles. I think so as well. You take a look at this, okay? In South Korea, it's crazy. A wide ideological gap is opening up between young men and women in countries across the world. South Korea, okay? So the higher you go up in the graph, the more liberal you are. The lower you go in the graph, the more conservative you are, right? All right. I guess like this is how they score on a test specifically. This is from Gallup. Okay. So women in South Korea have been getting more liberal, but men since like 2016 onward have just fallen off a cliff when it comes to conservatism, making the country like take a hard right turn when it comes to women's rights, which has been absolutely wild. I wanted to do a segment on this sometime. I'm not sure. Do we have any people who have family in South Korea who know a little something about South Korea? Or else I might have to find somebody who has like, I might have to find somebody in my area that has a little bit more knowledge about South Korea, because I would like to do a segment on it. I already have the title for the segment. Meet South Korea's new incel president, because hello? Yes. Who? Okay. Okay. What was I talking about? Sake Tanuki, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Yo, for helping other people join the frenzy and being incredibly pug. Holy. Thanks for the 5. We just got here. They said that dude must have heard that he needed a therapist and put a space in it. So he needed a rapist. Yeah. They were like, oh, they said, I needed a rape. Okay. I'm in. They said rapist, and bro said, I'm locking in. Incel president. Yeah, South Korea has a new, in like 2021 or something, South Korea had an election where they got a new incel president. Basically, it's the last South Korean presidential election was between, I'm not joking, a rapist and like a YouTube anti-feminist. Okay? And the YouTuber anti-feminist won, and then he decided to get rid of like the Office of Gender Equality and get rid of like roll back a lot of the progress that was made on like anti-sexual assault laws, basically like giving a green light to rapists to be able to assault as many women as they want with like the lowest possible with only being able to suffer the lowest possible criminal charges for it. Things along those lines, combating feminism in the workplace, combating diversity and equity initiatives in the workplace and in schools and all that type of stuff, enforcing really strict gender hierarchy. Right, all of that stuff's happening in South Korea, and it's fueled by like by like rhetoric in South Korean men feeling like they're losing out to women, so they need to start to put women in their place. They said like they believe that they're like that they're being taken advantage of by women. Like they're like, I feel discriminated against by women, and women are just doing too much, so we need to stop them. I'm telling you straight up, uhuru means freedom in Swahili. They think that they're a part of a freedom movement by attacking women. In the US, like you've been seeing it, there's been a divide between men and women in the country. Women have been getting much more liberal. Men have been getting like bumping up and down when it comes to being conservative, not conservative. They're much more conservative today. Germany, men have gotten more conservative, women gotten more liberal. In the UK though, as the country has been falling apart, both men and women have been getting more liberal, but men have obviously been lagging behind a lot in comparison. Are they fucking dead ass? I'm telling you, this graph shows you that they're dead ass. Okay, this is proof that they're dead ass, and their new incel president is also proof that they're dead ass. They are serious right now. Men in South Korea believe that they're a discriminated against minority. They believe South Korea runs in slavery to the pussy. It's very sad stuff. God save Britain. I don't know if anybody except God can save Britain at this point, and he's even got a hard task ahead of him. Why are men so delusional? Well, I mean, it makes a little bit of sense why they get more conservative. Now, remember, people get more conservative as they have more struggle and strife in their life. And guys have been having more struggle, especially when it comes to work and dating and making friends. And so instead of having like social groups where they can connect and women that they connect to, instead, women are able to have like their own lives because they're able to have like jobs and own houses and have bank accounts and vote, and they usually have bigger friend groups, and they don't necessarily need men in their lives to provide for them. Before, a lot of the interactions between men and women were forced because women weren't allowed to have things in society, but now instead of that they are, and now men have to play catch up when it comes to a world that deconstructs masculinity but doesn't build it back up for something different. Femininity has been deconstructed but built back as something slightly different, right? The idea of femininity would be like growing up and getting married early and having kids with him and falling in love, you know, the 2.5 kids, white picket fence house, like making hot pies and setting them on the windowsill right in front of the sink, and the waft goes across, and like a cartoonish squirrel then floats on the good smelling raspberry pie into the window before you slam it down on their neck, and they go wah, wah, right as their tongue goes flying out of their mouth, and then you slap them out, and then you like tie your husband's tie, and you give the kids a pat on the head before they go out to work, and then you dose yourself with crack cocaine while you sit at home alone. You know, that used to be the idea of femininity. All right. But today it's, you know, it's more like you can be basically whatever you want. A girl can be basically whatever she literally wants, right? A girl can be like everything and be whatever. They can be like a high feminine pink princess, or they can be like basically a guy with tits, and that's just, and like they're all women, and like literally nobody cares. That's just like another woman, and that's like, and that's just it, right? With guys, there's a much stricter idea of masculinity, and even that's been broken down and kind of like spread about, where there are like little camps of masculinity that you can be into, but there's like still some ideas of what a man is and should be, and thoughts about that. You know, there's just a lot of stuff that goes into it that women just don't have to deal with. On top of the fact that now women have a taste of freedom and they want more. You know, you get like a little sip of freedom and you're like, God, oh, that tastes good. You know, you ever been out and about on a hot day and then you go to McDonald's and you pick up the McDonald's Sprite, and then it like bites your mouth, it like nibbles at your tongue, and you go, ooh, it's like ice cold. You ever had an ice cold glass of water right next to you after you wake up in the middle of the night sweating? That's what freedom feels like to women in a lot of these countries. So obviously they get more liberal because they're like, we need more of that. Obviously. God damn, this freedom tastes good. But for men, the freedom of women, but for men, since relationships in these countries were built off of women being forced to interact with men, a society that doesn't force women to interact with men in like interpersonally leads to more problems for men, because those systems were built off of them have like being like basically having, I'm not their pick of women, but forces women or coerces women through social pressures to be able to interact with men more, and now men have to go out of their way more, and women don't have to go out of their way more to be able to like make relationships and stay in them and things along those lines, right? Yeah, and money is a big thing as well. Women being able to make money more means that they're not reliant on men to be able to provide for them, meaning stopping them from being forced to be like, I need to get a husband. Like it's like having a husband is a financial necessity for women, like it was in the past, but not anymore, right? Also, it's a big reason why like people like ask questions about like what's going on with like black marriage rates and why black people aren't married as much as like white people are. Another big thing is that black women typically can make as much, if not more, money than black men usually, at least in this country, meaning that they weren't as reliant on men for their needs as white women were and are even today, leading to them not needing to get married as much, leading to marriage rates going down. That's another big thing. So we talked about shotgun marriages a couple streams ago about how that led to, and that's one of the big reasons why there's like single mothers as well. So shotgun marriages not being a big thing in the black community, as well as black women being able to make as much, if not more money than black men on average, lead to them also not needing to be married as much as white women, and those white women were usually still like clung on to their men as a financial asset because they were like forced to in the situations that they were or grew up in, right? And so yeah, this divide right now is big and really only getting deeper, and it's really unfortunate. There's another thing here. Here's South Korea, where the ideological divide between young men and women is famously wide. Young women have become markedly more progressive on gender norms, but young men have not budged. They have not moved.
This meme is very real.
Share who agree in the statement that what women really wants is a family and children, although they would like to work. What women really want is a family and children, although they like to work too. And women are like at like 43, 44%. Men are at like under 30%. Interesting. Striking one in the US. Share of people who agree with the statement, women seek to gain power by getting control over men. Oh my gosh. And this is like by the percentage. So guys are like, I don't know, like what, 15, 14, about like 14% of men say that like 18 to 24 say that women gain power by controlling men. Oh my gosh, all these guys have read Chainsaw Man. Women are like 5%. Men are like twice as likely to believe that in a lot of age groups. That's crazy. I'm telling you, dude, these guys genuinely are like, Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. We need freedom from women. Women are the oppressors. Oh, my thing is like, what in the world have women done to take control over you? Like what how have you lost control over women? Have you lost control from women? How are you under women now? What happened? Like, you good? women be using the coochie mind control, guys. Yeah, that's why they say going down on women, because once you go down on women, you then are now under them politically and socially, and they sit on you. They sit on you and they take your money, they take your resources, they take your clout, okay? They take your swag. They take all of it. They take all of it. Your mom has control over you. I do have questions about their methods. Oh, we could look at the study sometime. But yeah. Like how specifically they answer. I can't look through the entire study right now. But yeah. Interesting stuff. This is where we are today. This is where we are today, man. Oh, and like South Korea had a massive rejection of like the Me Too movement. The Me Too movement, as like many people call it, was helped spark a lot of things. With this, because a lot of these divides are usually around like 2010, 2006. That's where you see like a lot of these like big dips, because that's where a lot of like the Me Too movement really popped up. And what that was basically, and the response to that was basically, and you saw it a lot. There was a lot of arguments from men to other men saying that this movement is to basically make it so that women have complete control over any guy's life that they do or don't like. They were pushing stories and possible convictions of people that were like guys that were like falsely accused of sexual assault. And they're like, at any point in time, a woman could just not like the way you look and go, this guy raped me. And then everybody in the street will beat you within an inch of your life. And then you'll be taken into police custody, where you will once again be beaten within an inch of your life. Now it's half an inch, since they already did the first inch. And then you're going to go to court, where you'll lose all your money, you'll lose all your clout and all your swag. And the judge is going to call you ugly. And then in the court, they'll beat you within an inch of your life again, a quarter of your life. And then you're going to go to jail for the rest of the life that you have remaining. And you'll die in jail as the woman laughs. And there's nothing that you can do or say. Because even if you do win the court case, it'll be over. You lose your job, you'll lose your house, you'll lose your car, they'll kill your dog, they'll they'll do all of these types of things to you, right? And even though it's so wildly, drastically, insanely hard to prove that somebody was lying about like an assault case, and even in the cases where you claim that somebody lied about like an assault, how do you differentiate somebody just being wrong from somebody lying? I don't know. What we do know is that there's a lot of guys that fear now being falsely accused of assault by women and think that there's no recourse that they have, meaning that they believe that women completely control their lives and there needs to be something done to retroactively fix that divide, to help bring them in line with women so they can have power as well, since women have taken complete control over society by being able to, if you've been around, you like, just simply being around a woman is dangerous to the point where you're putting your life, your career, your social connections, everything at risk by simply being around women, leading to men like pulling away from women and having more reactionary views about women just based off of a complete lie that they like to tell each other. That's something that even, the thing is, this is so perverse that even, I'm not lying to you, even one of my friends who's not really like, he's not really like a guy who follows politics very much, but it's even, dude just like plays games really, and I guess he watches Asmongold a bit and XQC sometimes, but like but that was like, I don't think he does that as much anymore, but he even mentioned the idea that like, oh, you got to be careful, she could like accuse you or something, lamau, right? Like one of those things. But more like it was a jokey sort of situation, but even still, like that idea that was like even in his head, First mistake was Asmund. True. Like the idea was even in his head that's like a real possibility that could actually happen, is that you get falsely accused of assaulting a girl because she just doesn't like you. Is just has swept through the entirety of guys, because listen, being a victim pays a lot. It feels good to be a victim, you know what I mean? Now you have like a whole movement that you can get onto, and you're like, we're in our struggle, you know. Uhuru means freedom in Swahili. Let my people go, man. Let my people go. And you can feel like righteous and justified, especially when one of the people who are part of your movement does something wrong, because listen, he may have done something wrong, but it was in the pursuit of freedom. You can't possibly really get mad at someone for doing something wrong in the pursuit of freedom. Do you know what we have to go through? Do you know what we suffer? Every day my people suffer. Like you've seen these guys in comment sections of videos of dudes punching women. Like to them, that's like Moses throwing down the stick and it turning into a snake, you know? Like in front of the Pharaoh. Knock the teeth out of a random woman's mouth, and that's like that's you going up against the system. It's peak victim mentality. And it helped leads to a lot of guys giving up like the gynocentric hypergamy, pussy whip society leaves guys with like no choice but to sit in their rooms and jerk off until they die. It's sad. It's sad. It's the only real idea of victim. It's the only real manifestation of victim of like actual widespread victim mentality that I've seen in my entire life. So yeah. Thank you, Mr. Biden. Thank you, Mr. Biden. I appreciate that. Soda indeed. Soda indeed. So yeah, I in my opinion, that's what I see is going on. That's what I think's happening. I feel like somebody in the comment section said, I feel like a US woman surrounded by North Korean men. Poor gamers, how will they survive? They won't. Because men are killing themselves at an unprecedented rate. So yeah, crazy stuff. What do you guys think? Yo, did you see that Ben Shapiro and Tom McDonald made a song? I listen to real music like Tom McDonald. It's 3 minutes long. This shit has no possible need being 3 minutes long. Don't make me watch it again. Ben unironically raps. I'm so sorry. I thought he was about to say something else. Like they call me and then he started that hard F. I was like, what? I was so scared. They call me offensive. They call me controversial. He's never going to overcome the line of They call me racist and ugly, which I think it's so fucking good, dude. They call on Twitter, they call me racist and ugly. Okay. I mean, no comment, but like, you know, they be talking. I will say that they do be talking. Is that really Ben Shapiro? It is actual unironic Ben Shapiro in this video, yes.
They can't cancel my message because I'm the biggest independent rapper in the whole freaking world. Claim that I'm racist, yeah, right. I'm not ashamed because I'm white. If every Caucasian's a bigot, I guess every Muslim's a terrorist. Every liberal is right. I don't want to talk.
What? Why are you bringing Muslims into this, man? This fucking guy. It's crazy how you can fall upwards, isn't it? It's crazy how you can fall upwards. What flow? I'm in awe. He truly is the greatest rapper of our time. Gotta remove my eardrums, BRB.
Like the folks who don't get it, go woke, go broke, no hope is pathetic. Pro-choice, pronouns, pro-love, you're progressive. But you ain't pro-gun, no one to protect it. Where the American flags at? Remember when people would hang those? They've been taken down, they all been replaced with BLM flags or a rainbow. This ain't rap, this ain't money, cars and clothes.
Why can't they just try to make music? Why does all of their music have to be surrounded by how angry they are that people don't agree with them all the time? Why can't they just like make a good song? You know? And listen, I haven't watched any of this video. I haven't watched that much of this video yet, but what I can tell you is there's not a single bar in here that went crazier than Nicki Minaj's "If you were my son, I would have scrapped you as a fetus." Like, I hate to say it, but it's not possible for them to be able to overcome like a bar that crazy. Why conservatives got to be so political? They're actually political all of the time. Wait. What song was that in? Oh, it was from Plain Jane. It was from Plain Jane. Of course it's Plain Jane, of course. Of course it's Plain Jane. Wait here, let me see. I can't get the transcript on this? Yeah, here we go. It's Nicki Minaj's. Wait here. One moment. Oh yeah, I found it. I found it. I found it. I found it. It's crazy. Crazy bar. The thing their political ideology doesn't allow them to make bars that crazy. Yo. Anyways, let's go to Ben's verse because we've already done a video reviewing a Tom McDonald song. It's ass. I want to see what Ben did because I'm betting right now what it is that he was like straight faced. He was just kind of talking. He's like, "Hello, I'm Mr. Ben Shapiro. I'm so serious. My bars are about to make you go delirious." I bet this is just, wait here, let's see.
Keep hating on me on the internet, my comment section all woke Karens, and I don't be a wap.
Let's just keep it real facts. Don't care how you rhymes, I'm the man.
The stats, I've got the facts. Let's look at the stats, I've got the facts. My money like Lizzo, my pockets are fat. Homie, I'm epic, don't be a wap. Dog, it's a yarmulke, homie, no cap. Look at the.
What is don't be a wap? What does that mean? Bro's rapping on his yarmulke. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Nobody does yarmulke rap better than Weird Al.
Grass, look at my charts. You're blowing money on strippers and cars. You go into prison, I'm on television. Dogs, no one knows who you are. Keep hating on me on the internet. My comment section all woke Karens. And I make racks off compound interest. Y'all live with your parents. Nikki, take some notes. I just did this for fun. All my people download this. Let's get a Billboard #1.
This ain't rap.
All right. Wait. You can't do that. What the fuck? You can't do. Wait, he actually put a please clap verse in his in his bar, really? In his verse, he added please clap. Hey guys, can you please download this? I want to be able to say I was #1. That bar is really good, right? Please download. All right. Bro, I'm telling you right now, you could actually find better flow on an epic rap battles of history video. I'll do anything I need to for the cash. Please, everybody, make sure you rate this a 5-star on iTunes. I would really appreciate that. Make sure you download as well and review. We can spread it around. Make sure to leave a like. Please clap. Negative shame. Negative shame. Wait, one moment. Better flow on my 8th grade suburban white boy. From 8th grade suburban white boy. Ooh. We used to have one of those that wanted to be a rapper at our school. Did I ever tell you that? We had a suburban white boy. His dad was actually a doctor. He wanted to be a rapper. Was it Jack Harlow? It would be really funny if it was Jack Harlow. Because once again, Jack Harlow did come from Kentucky. But no, actually, it wasn't Jack Harlow. It wasn't Bryson Tiller either. He's not white. No, it would be really funny if it was Jack Harlow. He kind of looks like Jack Harlow though. We got a lot of boys down here who look exactly like Jack Harlow. So I'm actually surprised that one of them was able to pop off and make it happen. Anyways, with that being said, no, his name was actually his name was actually B Nugs. And he went to the school that I went to, and he always wanted to be a rapper. I don't remember much of what he used to rap about, but I remember one bar and a song that was named Bowser. And it went something along the lines of, I'm breathing fire like Bowser, got you pissing in your trousers. And I was like, yeah, this guy ain't going nowhere. He is not making out of the suburbs with this one. Your fishes look really active. Thank you. Thank you. They should be. Yeah, what you're seeing right now is the Garami and the Corridors glass surfing. I don't know why, but my Corridor love glass surfing. It's their like #1 thing to do. If I catch them doing anything, it's usually glass surfing. I don't know, they just spend a lot of time doing it. It's very interesting. What was his name? Whose name? Tom McDonald? The guy who's rapping? Or do you mean the fish? The fish doesn't have an... Well, the fish doesn't really have a name. The girlfriend's calling him Milo. Oh, you mean the rapper kid, B-Nugs, yeah. Don't do that. Yeah, he called himself B-Nugs. I don't know if he ever I don't know if he deleted his stuff or anything. Be a long time. Be a long time until anything like that happens. I don't believe you'll ever find him, really. Give that fish a name. I don't know. I got him not too long. I gotta make sure he lives long enough for me to like give him a name. I think my money is gay. Too many men on top of one another. So true. I was never book smart or money smart. Makes me more intelligent. I got hella bands. What was that other song he made? It was like respect your elders or something. I don't really know much about that, but like the chorus, I can't lie, was pretty good. Her body. Wait, let me see. He was kind of cooking. I can't lie. I do like this guy. I cannot. Jay Easy kind of cooks.
My pockets, Velveeta, her body, Onika. You broke, she wouldn't roll with your ass if you was sativa. I'm Brady, no Peter, like after S, I'm Tita. Who don't respect their elders, on the street I carry geezers.
On the street I carry geezers. It kind of goes crazy, I can't lie. Who don't respect your elders, on the street I carry geezers. Her body, Onika. I kind of like it because it's got like, I like my music the same way I like my manga, you know? There needs to be like, you know, things that I can dig into for me to be like, oh, that's cool. If you don't know what like the bar, her body, Onika means, it actually means that she has a body like Nicki Minaj, because Nicki Minaj's real name is like Onika. Her name's like Onika something Minaj or something. I wonder why people from a frown upon firing missiles at commercial ship. What? Oil tanker on fire after being struck off coast of Yemen amid Houthi threats. You do hate to see it. You do hate to see it. Onika, Tanya, Mirage, yeah. Proud of Shark's pop culture expertise. Nah, I don't have pop culture expertise. It'd be interesting, but I kind of like not having pop culture expertise. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be honest. All right. I want some more cheese. All right. Wait, somebody sent me this picture of Tucker Carlson. Apparently this boy pissed his pants. Apparently this boy pissed in his damn pants. Look at that. Look at the pee-pee stain. Hey, yo, dog couldn't make it to the bathroom. He was excited like a new puppy to see his friends. Sick. Sick. Sick man. Somebody must have been breathing fire like Bowser. It's true, it's got him pissing in his trousers. Holy, B-Nugs was on it. B-Nugs was on it. B-Nugs knew what was happening. B-Nug cook. B-Nug cook. B-Nug cook, that's crazy. How do you do, fellow rappers? B-Nugs is going places after all. Hopefully. We can only hope at this point. Love that little guy. Love that little guy. Yo, apparently he sent well, actually, yeah. Never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything. I can't speak. You guys want to talk about the ICJ real quick? Did we discuss Matt Gaetz? On what? What happened with Mr. Gaetz? Wait, this is crazy. This is crazy. Wait, do you know that account, that gimmick account that goes around like making people black or Asian? Sorry, black or Chinese. I don't want to say Asian. Not all Asian people are Chinese. Yeah? Okay, so if you don't know what, if you don't know anything about this guy, okay? His name is Pilgrim. He used to tweet about like a bunch of different stuff, but recently he turned his account into the type of account where he, okay, let me just show you, okay? People will simply just be making, like posting a picture of themselves, okay? They'll be posting a picture of themselves, like this guy. I'm trying to look as Jewish as possible on my flight today because no anti-Semite is going to make me hide my Jew pride, okay? I don't know if I would say this guy looks as Jewish as possible. He's just wearing his little Jew hat. But with that being said, he quote tweets them and says, here's what you would look like. Here's what you'd look like if you were trying to look as black or Chinese as possible. So he runs their face through an AI filter and says, make them black, make them Chinese. All right. He does this to many people. He does this to many people. All right. Men, women, anyone. Here's a woman with her tits out, okay? Would you fight Hamas for me? Here's what you would look like if you were black or Chinese, okay? He does this to so many people, and he ratioed her as well with a 44K. This guy's an absolute menace. He's been on a tear recently. He's been on an absolute tear when it comes to Twitter.com. Now, I will say some of the people in his comment section are genuinely insane. And they're actually like really bad people. If you're wondering if he's gotten some of our friends of the stream, don't worry, he has. Kyle Rittenhouse, I'm signing books today. Here's what you would look like if you were black or Chinese. It's truly remarkable stuff. This guy has no limits. He has no fear. And there's nothing anybody can do to stop him. Even his own doxing. Yes, that's true. The reason why I'm talking about him now is because he has developed a group of people that hate him so much that they doxed him. All right, they doxed him. They did. They looked through. They were able to find a picture of him and then posted it publicly to try to scare him into stopping him from posting pictures of people who are black, who are white. Stop them from posting pictures of what they would look like if they were black or Chinese. Okay. All right. They doxed him. Somebody said, you doxed him? You know, this is a crime, right? They said it's not illegal unless you plan to do something illegal with the information. All right. And they're like, I wonder how he would like it. I wonder how he would feel if somebody would wonder if he looked like if he were black or Chinese, here's what I would look like if I were black or Chinese. Holy shit, he's actually unstoppable. He Negro Sinoed himself. Is it Sino or Sino? He Negro Sinoed himself. He's actually unstoppable. He's immune to fear. He's immune to intimidation. He's immune to everything. Nobody can do anything. He's too powerful. Genius. He has a vision for the world and nobody will stand in his way. He is immune to all torture. You're right. He's a menace. I love him. He did MLK. He did MLK too. Wait, on his birthday, he's asked what MLK would look like. He said, "I have a dream. I had a dream of what MLK would look like if he were white or Chinese." Oh no! Oh no, you're right. Oh, it's so cursed. Oh no. Here's what he would look like if he were white or Chinese. No, dude. No. He looks like an Ohio gym teacher. No, man. Oh no. Oh. This is crazy. This guy's out of his mind. What are we gonna do with him? Chat, what do we do with him? What do we do? He's too strong. White Shark, don't do it. No. No. I don't want to know what I would look like if I were white or Chinese. He just did Mudahar the other day. He just black or Chinese the Mudahar, man. This is crazy. He black or Chinese ninja. No one is safe. Vosh? Show black-end ninja. Here's Ninja. And here's what he would look like if he were black. Oh, Lord. Or Chinese. He kind of looks like Tim Scott. Make Hassan black or Chinese. So true. Blinja. The black ones look uncanny. The black ones are... I'm not feeling them. I'm not feeling... Sometimes they're pretty all right. Sometimes they're pretty all right. Sometimes they're kind of spooky. I can't lie. And if couples date, he then switches them up. He then switches their races. They need to stop making Twitter accounts. You ain't necessarily wrong. Tasty. The melanin that's true. He has a curse technique. It's melanin manipulation. Oh my gosh, can you imagine curse technique race manipulation? He also did melee. That's true. Joe Brandon could be real. I love that Joe Brandon guy. Melee about to make the world's first fourth world country. What are we gonna talk about first? What do you think, chat? I was gonna talk about the ICJ first, right? The election is ours. I thought melanin manipulation was Joe Biden's curse technique. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Get ICJ done first, then maybe T-Haas. Okay. 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 All right. Let's talk about the ICJ real quick. So, if many of you all have known, South Africa has taken Israel to court over charges of them trying to exterminate the Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and the Palestinian people in general, even when it pertains to the West Bank. But this case was specifically on the Gaza Strip and the war that Israel has been raging on those people. And on the presumption that they're actually going after Hamas. All right. As many of you all have watched our video on it, going over the arguments between South Africa and Israel in the ICJ a couple weeks ago, or you've just known about it passively, we now have a ruling. Now, I want you to remember, this is only on provisional measures. The only thing that South Africa was looking for here was the International Justice Court to rule on whether it's plausible that Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian people. They asked for a bevy of things, including a ceasefire. So, just to be clear, they were asking the court to rule that Israel must now adhere to a ceasefire to stop them, because there's that much evidence that there's a genocide taking place. And we have a ruling on all of that now. And the ruling went just about as well as South Africa wanted it to, with some important stipulations. South Africa versus Israel, ICJ orders provisional measures, and they ruled in favor of South Africa on many of the issues that they were asking for. So this means that the South African prosecutorial body was able to effectively convince an overwhelming majority of the international court, the UN's highest court, that the U.S. highest court and their genocide court in The Hague, that they were able to convince them that there is a plausible reason to believe that Israel is committing genocide against the Palestinian people, which is huge. And they ordered a lot of things. Basically what they said is that Israel needs to take steps to be able to prevent genocide. They said Israel needs to take steps to then provide a document to the ICJ for further review on their military tactics and the things that they've done to prevent genocide and or not do that. They've been ordered to not destroy any evidence that could be used against them when it comes to their prosecution as it pertains to the possible genocide of Palestinians. The president of the ICJ even said that Israel's that Israel's conduct had fallen under many of the statutes that the UN has that describes genocide as well. They said stop politicians and people in Israel from making genocidal statements, and then to prosecute those people for those genocidal statements. But the last and probably most important thing that South Africa was looking for was something that the ICJ did not grant, and that was a full and complete ceasefire. South Africa did not order Israel to do a ceasefire. Now, the court case is still going on, and just to be sure, once again, these are provisional measures. This is not the court case. This is actually the full beginning of the court case. This isn't even the case fully yet. We're not even there yet. This is them just talking to the court at the moment and setting the grounds for the court case to go forward, right? So we got most of the provisional measures, but there's a reason why I wrote in my community note in the morning that this is a ruling that's good and a blow to Israel and the way that they look on the world stage, basically saying that they are very plausibly committing genocide against the Palestinian people, that it's dangerous enough that this case is forced to go forward, that the ICJ does have jurisdiction over this case and can prosecute Israel, and that Israel is doing things that are absolutely illegal under war crime laws, the Geneva Convention, and anti-genocide policies that world governments put in place under the UN's overwatch. That is remarkable, honestly. That is a massive blow to Israel, its power, and its supporters. Now, some of these people are now hyping up Israel and saying that they actually won. I would not say that this is a win for Israel in the eyes of just normal people and just like when it pertains to the court case, but they did win on probably the most serious charge, on the most serious thing in the provisional measures, which is ordering a ceasefire, right? Once again, they did not order Israel to stop shooting, even though the court can't technically force them to do it. There's no police force that the UN has to stop them from doing that. They didn't order that, unfortunately, in my opinion. Okay, let's read a little bit of this. The ICJ, principal judicial organ of the United Nations, ordered provisional measures in the case of South Africa versus Israel on crimes of genocide in the Gaza Strip. The order follows South Africa's filing of an application and instituting proceedings against Israel before the ICJ concerning alleged violations of by Israel of obligations under the Geneva Convention to prevent genocide in Gaza. South Africa alleged that acts of omission by Israel are genocidal in character, that the ICJ also agreed with, as they are committed with the requisite specific intent to destroy Palestinians in Gaza as a part or broader Palestinian nationality, race, or ethnic group, which I would say that they definitely are when it comes to either their actions or their language. In many ways, it's both. And that the conduct of Israel through its state organs, state agents, and other persons and entities acting on the instructions or under the direction, control, or influence in relation to Palestinians in Gaza is a violation of the obligations under the Genocide Convention. In response to the filing, Israel's foreign minister issued a statement rejecting the filing and indicating that South Africa's claim lacks both factual and legal basis. Once again, the ICJ disagreed with that idea that it lacked factual a factual basis. And it's just true that they are doing this. The president of the court even said specifically that Israel was committing crimes that very easily will fall under the Genocide Convention's rules of things that you just shouldn't do. The no-no book, the book of things that you just should not do. Israel is doing many of those things. Many of those things. The power to indicate provisional measures will be exercised only if there is urgency. In this case, there is a real and imminent risk that irreparable prejudice will be caused to the rights claimed before the ICJ given its final decision. The condition of urgency is met when acts susceptible of causing irreparable prejudice can occur at any moment before the ICJ makes the final decision. When explaining the reasoning, the ICJ indicated that that it considered the civilian population of the Gaza Strip remains extremely vulnerable. It calls on the military operation conducted by Israel on October 7, 2023 has resulted inter alia in tens of thousands. Basically, it is resulted in tens of thousands of deaths and injuries and the destruction of homes, schools, medical facilities, and other vital infrastructure, as well as displacement on a massive scale. The ICJ notes that the operation is ongoing and that the Prime Minister of Israel announced on the 18th that the war will take many more long months. At present, many Palestinians in the Gaza Strip have no access to basic foodstuffs, water, electricity, essential medicines, heating, and in these circumstances, the ICJ considers that the catastrophic humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip is at serious risk of deteriorating further before the court renders its final judgment. That's why it gave the provisional measures. Israel has damaged the lives and put so many human lives at risk that the ICJ needed to act to be able to force provisional measures, or else they won't be allowed, or else there may not be a people to defend in court by the time this proceeding comes through, because the full proceeding should take multiple years to be able to file completely through, which is not enough. All right, which is just simply not enough. Now, with this being said, what is the response to this? Okay, in Israel, basically the response is fuck you, you all are anti-Semitic, you all hate Jews, that's why you think we're committing genocide, even though many of us said that we love to commit genocide and we've killed over 1% of the population in just a couple months. That was basically the entirety of the Israeli response to all of this, right? And Ben Gvir even said here, he actually acted like a child. Let me see if I can pull this up for you. Yeah, here we go. Ben Gvir, Minister of National Security in Israel, when it was ruled against them that they should stop committing genocide against Palestinians, he wrote in the morning, Haig Schmeig. He wrote Haig Schmeig. And this is the Palestinian response. Sorry, and this is the Israeli response. That's crazy. You're committing genocide. Genocide, schmenocide. You're anti-Semitic. We're going to kill as many people as we want. Of course. Because Jewish people can just kill as many people as they want, because that's, they have the right to kill as many people as they want. Right? No, actually, not at all. Does not matter. Very mature response. These are the people that are committing genocide. The people that say Haig Schmeig. Actually insane. You're doing genocide. Nuh-uh. Yeah, it is the political version of going nuh-uh. Actually, he did just say nuh-uh. My bad. It's a child's version of saying nuh-uh. Did you see the animation they released? I did not see the animation they released. I did not see that, no. Wait, what did they put out? Oh, no. What did they do? Not that one? What do you mean that one? What, was there like a happy Israeli boy skinning a Palestinian alive or something? I'm gonna get it for you.
Shark.
Sure.
Hog.
Michael the Seventh, thank you so much for the Prime, being a part of the frenzy, and being incredibly pog. Thanks for the Bezos bucks. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I wanna see what this is all about. It's another one in response to the genocidal acts. Now, I personally would love to have seen now I personally would have loved to see a now the reason why I said this isn't like not everybody's going to like this is because you have obviously people who love Israel blowing up children who are going to be like, I hate this, we should be able to blow up as many children as we want, like Ben Gavir. And then there's going to be people, you know, like this who write F the ICJ, the whole world government, we lost our trust in every decision maker in the world.
So it was a lie, a big lie. Thank for South Africa for all the efforts, but it looks like the ICJ it's pro-Israelis, so fuck them and fuck the whole governments around the world. Only the people who are standing with the with the Palestinian, even with the humanity. So, but we literally lost our trust in every decision maker in the whole world. So yeah, again, fuck the ICJ.
All right. Not necessarily wrong when you're betting on your family's lives for this type of ruling. Now, I really felt like it was going to be hard to get a full ceasefire ruling. Some people will bring up that during that a similar ICJ case was brought up against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine when it came to genocidal acts. Here's the thing. They did actually order Russia perform a ceasefire when they finished that case. It is true that they did. Now, is that because Eastern Europeans are white and Palestinians are usually brown? Possibly. I'm not saying it's impossible. It's very possible. For me, the reasoning why I would possibly imagine is that they didn't give a full ceasefire is because when it came to this round of fighting, okay, we're gonna just circle it in. This round of fighting, Hamas did launch an attack at Israel. We do know that's a fact. That did happen, right? No matter where you are, Hamas did launch an attack against Israel. They did, okay? And when that happened, they did take hostages. They did. And since October 7th, Hamas has been firing missiles at Israel. That's true. Now, with this being said, the reason why I believe that they didn't rule a ceasefire is because they don't want Israel to not have the ability to be able to attack military targets, like actual military targets, like places where Hamas and other militants are firing missiles at, just straight up pulling out troops from some places, just completely could cause even more of a collapse in some areas, right? There can be actual problems that happen because of that. Now, obviously, the argument would be Israel's occupying the area. They don't have a right to self-defense because of the occupation, and the ICJ has ruled that before, but not in this case specifically, which I would probably imagine plays into the fact of why they didn't decide to rule a full ceasefire in this motion, because there is still a war going. It is a war, right? I would say that Hamas believes that it's at war with Israel. I don't believe that they don't believe that, okay? And when Russia was coming up as Russia was having and when Russia was taken to court because of their genocidal acts, it was in places like Bucha. It was places like Mariupol, where there was no specific threat due to military force from Ukrainians, where they still decided to kill people, where they still decided to torture and execute people, and still decided to put them in mass graves and stuff like that, which we haven't been seeing as much of that sort of specific Nazi-esque genocidal acts being done in Israel. It's more of indiscriminate carpet bombing places, bombing residential places, leveling places to the ground, where they have a plausible deniability that they're doing that in so far as just to get out Hamas militants from areas, right? They have that plausible deniability, and so the court didn't want to go that far when it came to that, because there's still an actual war going on, right? Yeah. So that's why I would imagine that's still the case. You know, Hamas is actually fighting. Maybe I would say maybe if Hamas like wasn't firing any missiles or wasn't fighting back at all, and Palestinians were just laying there getting like, you know, like Palestinians were just simply sacrificing their lives to hope that the ICJ was going to rule this as like a complete genocide. And well, they can't here. Okay, sorry. I don't want to give you false information. The ICJ couldn't rule on whether or not this is a genocide. So if people are saying the ICJ ruled in Israel's favor that this isn't a genocide, they're lying to you. They can't do that because this is provisional measures. That would be the end of the court case and the final decision that the court would make. We're nowhere near that point right now. So anybody who tells you that they're ruling for and against a genocide right now is lying to you and is speaking emotionally or something, or just trying to get one up on you. It's not possible for them to do that. That's not what this is. It's provisional measures. All right, remember that. Provisional measures, different than an actual full ruling. So yeah, that's where we are right now. But yeah, if Palestinians were just sitting there letting their lives get like taken from them as tanks just roll over their spines, and Netanyahu was like just laughing as all that stuff going on. Yes, there are instances of that, but as like a full military experiment as to just execute Palestinians as they're just going through, and then, you know, put them in mass graves and stuff like that, very visible stuff like that, maybe we would have gotten the ceasefire measure there, but here unfortunately not. I'm using carpet bombing in like a colloquial sense. I'm not talking about actual literal carpet bombing. Anyways, yeah. So that's where we are right now on all this. Any takes? Thoughts, opinions? Basically, this is like a restraining order. Okay, yeah, you're right. It's very comparable to like a restraining order with this type of stuff. Sake Tanuki, thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs, helping other people join the frenzy and being incredibly pog. Thank you, Mr. Tanuki. I really appreciate you. Or, you know, friendo Tanuki, Sake Pookie. Isn't it interesting? We've basically not heard about Billsy Bezos since Elon decided he wanted to make his idiocy publicly known. Haven't heard from Bezos. I don't know what Bezos is up to. I think he's just like buying farmland or something, like his good friend, owner of what's his name? Founder of Microsoft. What's that guy's name? Rich guy? Bill Gates, yeah. He's probably buying up farmland like Bill Gates. He's probably trying on those octopus arms that he had. You know, that's probably what's going on. I thought it was John Microsoft. It's actually Microsoft. That's his name. First name Micro, last name Sauce. Sauce. Soft. John M. Soft, yes. Yo, Donald Trump is like the biggest criminal to ever exist. Do you ever think about that? This is crazy. This is crazy. You ever think about how Donald Trump is the president that that like racist conservatives thought Barack Obama would be? Like 4 baby mamas, like 6 rape cases against him, 2 impeachments, 4 indictments, 91 felonies, 1.6 million dollars in tax fraud conviction, $5 million in sexual assault verdict, 25 million in fraud judgment, 83 million in defamation verdict. Like, this guy's charity shut down, university shut down. Like, this guy's a criminal, man. Lock that thug up. Lock that thug up. I love to say it. I will be the first one to say it. Lock that thug up. Put him in jail. I think his vote share is going to collapse in November. Genuinely, he'll get around +6. My thing is that as the convictions mount up in the next 10 months, I do think he's going to lose voters. I think he's lost a lot of voters so far, but I think it's going to continue on. I'm really curious about how things are going to go. Like, once they're both there on stage, I feel like people are going to hate Biden, but I really feel like people just forgot how bad this Donald Trump guy is. And once he finally starts talking, I think a lot of people are going to come to realize, oh yeah, we do hate that guy. Oh yeah, we do hate that guy. I forgot about that. You're right. I forgot about that. We'll just have to see though. I think it's definitely going to be a closer race than in 2020. Right now, I don't think Biden will win Nevada. I don't think Biden will win Arizona. And he might not win, and I don't think he's gonna win Georgia either. So those are 3 states I'm like pretty sure he's not going to win. Or Michigan. I think he could win. I think he could win Michigan. Listen, like, get Whitmer on the campaign trail, you know, talk about some infrastructure stuff, be like, conservatives sure are cringe, ain't they? You know what I mean? I think it'll come back. I really think it'll come back. I think he can. I think once he's done doing his like running about the Rust Belt, I think if he does the exact opposite of what Hillary Clinton does, I think he'll win. In my personal opinion, if he does the exact opposite of what Hillary Clinton does, and by that I mean spend literally your entire time in the Rust Belt, and I think he'll be fine. Because all he really needs to win is the Rust Belt. Every other state comes up to just about what he needs. Like, mostly at the end of the day, he just needs the Rust Belt. Here, let me see. Let's 270 to win. Let's just take a little look. Let's do a little interactive map real quick. Okay, so what are we looking at? Let's see. So when it comes to this, I'm gonna say we're just gonna do safe right now. I'm not gonna worry about the little tings when it comes to completely safe or not. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Anyways, it doesn't matter for now. Completely safe or not safe or anything along those. We're just gonna do one color. Oh heck. Maine. Be like the first district, right? Yeah, there you go. Are the little districts in? It's like only one district in Maine. It's only one district in Maine that, sorry, in Nevada that votes blue, right? It's only Omaha, right? Only Omaha, right? So anyways, let's just say this is how it is, all right? And then Trump wins Georgia, he wins Arizona, and he wins Nevada. He still won't win. He still won't win. Then you have this. This is, in my opinion, this is how I think the race is going to go. This is how I personally think it's going to look. If I'm going to be honest, this is what I think it's going to look. Now, it's possible that Wisconsin splits and then that Trump guy wins. It's very possible. It's very possible. I think if Biden spends enough time in Wisconsin, he can definitely win. But if I was just going to guess, this is how I'd expect. This is how I expect it to look for now. A lot of places are saying right now, Michigan's red. Yeah, a lot of people are saying Michigan would be red, and Wisconsin would be red as well. I've been hearing a lot of talks about that. I want to see Georgia. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think your ass is seeing Georgia. I do not believe your ass is seeing Georgia. Not this election cycle. Not this election cycle. You could definitely do this though. This is what I personally think. Be as safe. The color, forget about the colors. It's just red, blue right now. We're just talking about red and blue right now. Forget about like safe, lean, tilt. Don't worry about it. What do you guys think? It's just because Biden is just so marred. He's so old. It's just not really possible. He's so old and shit. It's just not really possible for him to cook that hard this year. It's just not possible. You know, thankfully inflation's better. The border has become a much bigger issue to people. Trump's also losing it. Like, okay, but I'm just talking about votes right now. I'm just talking about votes right now. Israel will matter way more, I think. Biden's like opinion on Israel? Oh, sorry, Biden's like handling of Israel? No, not as much as the border right now. Come November, maybe. Right now, no. Come November, maybe. Maybe. Specifically in places like Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin. I think that'll really, yeah. I think it'll matter for now. Whether or not he could like bring it back, we'll see. We'll just have to see. And this is just from like the polling that I've seen. Let's just see, because Biden's losing in most of these polls. Let me just take a look real quick. Yeah, look at that. 34-39 in Trump's favor. Trump plus 55661559713 is Haley, right? But I don't think she's going anywhere. Yeah, in the last like, you know, in the last while, in the last like week, Biden hasn't led in a single poll where he's up against Donald Trump, not one. And this is just like popular vote general election stuff, right? And a Democrat usually needs +3 to be able to win. And right now he's down 5 and 6. But also, good Lord, but also like neither of them are reaching 50. Well, neither of them are really reaching 50, except for this one poll, this Harris Harvard poll where Trump reached 53 to Biden's 47. I'll be so ashamed if my state goes red in 2024, Michigan. It probably won't. It probably won't. Biden's not as stupid as Hillary Clinton. It's right in front of me. There we go. There we go. But he hasn't been leading in a lot of these polls. We'll just go back a little bit, right? I mean, +2, +4. There are a lot of ones where it's even, where Trump is ahead. But recently, Trump's been ahead in most of these types of polls. And CNN polls aren't that bad. CNN polls are actually pretty good. And right now it's like 37-39, right, in Trump's favor. 44-47 in Trump's favor with this one, but both of them are not at 50, but yeah. How is it still legal for Trump to run anyhow? Well, I mean, that's what courts are going through right now, right? That's what courts are going through right now. Whether or not to kick him off. I think a lot of places said they can't kick him off yet. But it's possible. Constitutionally speaking, yeah, it is possible. You just have to win completely win a court case. Here, like Trump +5, 40-45, so yeah. That's what's going on in Michigan. I think Biden can pull this back. It just, for one, people are just really mad at Biden. So yeah. How are Trump's cases going right now?
We do have a verdict. E. Jean Carroll did suffer more than nominal damages as a result of Mr. Trump's publication of these 2 June 2019 statements. The first amount for compensatory damages for her emotional pain and anguish is $7.3 million. The amount for the compensatory damages for the reputation repair program is $11 million. We're now moving on to the questions about whether Trump acted with malice. Remember, the questions have to be answered in the affirmative to get to a question of punitive damages. We are still waiting for that answer.
As you wait for those answers,
that Mr. Trump acted with malice. I'm sorry, Mr. Trump acted with malice in making the first of those statements. That's the June 21st, 2019 statement at 5:17 p.m. in which he denied it for the first time. And similarly, we are waiting to hear whether in making that yes in June 22nd, 2019, he did also act maliciously or out of hatred or ill will in defaming her on that day. And here comes the punitive damages award of $65 million, Alicia. So $65 million in punitives, $11 million in the reputation repair program, and $7.3 million in reputation, in the emotional harm, for a total of $83.3 million. That's a high 8-figure award. I had predicted we'd be high 8 figures or early 100 million. Certainly less money, I think, that E. Jean Carroll's lawyers had hoped, but $83.3 million is nothing to sneeze at.
So that's how his cases are going. He just lost $83 million in court. Remember, E. Jean Carroll is the woman who accused Donald Trump of assault in the sexual variety. Over years and years, finally brought her case. I think it was a civil case against him, and he lost. And also And then also she brought him to court again for defamation against her after he lied about what he did and what she said, to be able to ruin her image and career in the public eye as like the president. So that's what this was for. He lost again, $83 million. That's true. He could sell some NFTs to be able to get that money back. Use what's left of the NFT market to be able to get his money back. Maybe. So yeah, that's what's going on for him right now. Not good stuff, getting completely cooked. Completely cooked. You love to see it. Fuck that guy. Trump be grabbing women by the pussy. Women be grabbing Trump by the wallet. Good golly. Trump coin to the courts. To the courts. To the courts. Up, up, and away. Didn't show the South Korean men this one. That's true. That's true. Maybe it would heal them. Here, 1 second. Sorry guys, just 1 second. All right, I'm back. You might hear some puppy paws. We locked the dogs in their cage because it was we were going to have somebody over to help fix a tub because the tub was broken, but the plumber never came. So they were just sitting in their cage waiting to be let out. Yeah, they're barking now. I love stable geniuses, don't you, chat? Let my doggies go. Biden frust. Oh, wait a second. We got a scoop. You got a scoop. Biden is frustrated with Netanyahu. Privately, he warns him about war duration. Top officials are saying, "Yo, Biden's like, you killing all these Browns is starting to affect me, and you need to do something about it." That shit is so funny. Give them a treat. I actually don't. Dogs can eat strawberries. Here, let me see. Let me see if I can offer one a strawberry. I got a little dent in my hair too. Look at that. Look at that. Hate to see it. Strawberry. Oh, oh, oh. Ah, sit. Got it. You got me. One other. Good work. Proud of you. Right now, scream! Come on. Anyways. With that being said, you can't stand this music? How about this? Put on the put the Amori one back on? No. Yo, take a look at this. Using an escalator for the first time. Well, they're getting cooked. Oh no, lady. No, wrong one. Bro's crying. Bro, they were crying. He's like, help me, help me. Somebody do something. They're right not to trust escalators. I'm gonna be honest. You probably shouldn't. You probably should. You probably should trust escalators a little less. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying don't trust them. I'm just saying trust them less. You were afraid your laces would get caught? Oh, and then you would be dragged under the escalator machinery and turned into a fine paste. Trust but verify. That's true. Ronald Escalator Reagan. Gobbled up, fed to the escalator gods. Anyways, you guys want to talk a little bit about the migrant crisis and the crisis at the border? You guys want to talk about the border real quick? Yo, who am I? One in chat, if anyone among us knows a little something about what's happening at the border. Oh, I didn't add a I didn't add a thumbnail. I forgot to add this stream's thumbnail. There we go. There we go. Big stream. A big stream. Let me get this. Give me the dashboard. Watch me do my little dash. There we go. What's wrong with you? What's going on with you? The loading on this is taking forever. Here we go. And then I do this. And then I mute that. You know what I'm doing? I'm going to be pulling up YouTube chat. So congratulations, YouTube chat. Your time has come for you to be read on live on stream. What will you do with such a momentous occasion? What will you say? I'm gonna pop out the chat. There we go. Hello, what's going on? I should have hit 100 million. So true. Oh, you know what? Let me talk about something. So we reviewed that like Hassan interview with that like Yemen guy. Dude, it was so, the comments were so weird. The comments were so weird. Oh no. Yeah. Oh no, we had a decent amount of people unsubscribe from it. I'm kind of okay with it because if you're gonna unsubscribe over that, I probably didn't want you subscribed in the first place. But yeah, crazy stuff. The Hassan fans are crazy gaggers. I maybe should have known when I had a decent amount of people. When I look at like videos my my viewers watch. Oh geez, Ali. Hello Raiders, welcome. How Miss Allison treat you all today? What you all talk about? Thank you for the raid. Can I get an exclamation point SO for a good friend of the stream, Miss Allison? Thank you. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. How do you stay productive, Shark? That's my secret. I don't. ADHD beats my ass. When I don't stream, that's me having a horribly unproductive day. I'd just like to let you know. When my ass is not streaming, that's usually a day where I'm so unproductive I got literally nothing done. Or maybe just one or two things actually done. And I spent the rest of the day hating myself. Because I am unmedicated ADHD able to... I'm barely keeping this shit together, okay? Anyways. How's my day going? It's pretty good. Pretty good day. We did a lot of stuff in the morning. We got up really early, did a lot of stuff in the morning. I feel pretty happy about this day. Prepared some good segments for you all. Great stuff, honestly. Don't hate yourself, you're epic, right? Yeah, I don't know. My whole take about like that that interview was basically I didn't think it was a good interview. I didn't learn it and I didn't learn anything. And I thought and he didn't have any questions prepared. Right? But I don't think it's, but the thing is, nobody who like said anything kind of disagreed with that point. They all were like, yeah, it's true that I didn't learn anything. And yeah, it's true that this wasn't really a great interview. But I thought it, because like nothing of value was asked, but I thought it was a great interview because he humanized him. He asked him like if he liked Fruit Loops or Fruity Pebbles. And that's what we really needed. And I was like, I mean, okay. Okay, I guess. If that's the case, if that's fine. Somebody was like, this is mean to do to your fellow leftist. I was like, I don't know what you being a fellow leftist has to do with me criticizing you. I don't know. Like I said on the Bird Up, I was like, it feels like some people, it feels like some people were acting as if I like tried to kill. If I tried to kill him on stream or something, you know, like I ordered a hitman to kill him. Campism, team sports. I don't think you went that hard over it or him. Here's the thing, I like didn't go that hard over it or him, but I think with a lot of these people, if you just disagree with Hassan, you must hate him. And oh, you know the super interesting thing. The super interesting thing is that I saw some people say like, this is Shark going on his Vosh arc. He's acting just like Vosh. He's acting just like Destiny. This is him being Destiny. I can't support this. Bro, what are you talking about? Bro, what are you saying? What do you even mean? I don't even know what they mean when they say that. I'm gonna be honest with you, I actually don't know what they mean when they say that. What do you think they mean, chat? What's my favorite One Piece character? As much as I talk about One Piece, I don't watch One Piece. I don't know many One Piece characters. But I'm going to give a little One Piece meme here that only real One Piece fans will know. Okay, my favorite character is Chopper before Oda ruined his character. There you go. There you go. Because apparently Chopper used to be cool, but now he's uncool. Only real One Piece nerds will understand that. Because I barely understand it. You said something bad about Hassan, just like Destiny. I think that's kind of what it is. I think it's just like, if you disagree with Hassan, that means you're like Destiny because Destiny disagrees with Hassan. It's kind of like the, you know, Hitler drinks water, you drink water, you're both like Hitler. It's kind of like one of those things, you know what I mean? Which is unfortunate because I think we should be able to criticize each other. That's how we become better. But yeah, there were those arguments. Another argument that I heard in the comment section was people saying this shouldn't be people saying he said this wasn't a real interview or like a serious interview, so you shouldn't take it as serious. And my thing is that, okay, if this isn't a serious interview, then you should agree with me that it's a bad interview. And you didn't learn anything. And that's why it's a bad interview. Because it was meant to be a bad interview. He was like, he walked up to stream and was like, I'm going to do a bad interview today. And then I guess all those people started clapping like seals. I'm just saying, like, somebody gave me this video saying this would be an interesting watch. I saw pictures of this guy on like ships and I was like, I'm interested to see what he has to say. And then Hassan was just like, do you pee in toilets in Yemen? And I was like, this isn't a good interview. But then you should just agree with me at that point that it was a bad interview. You just like bad interviews, which is fine. You can like whatever you want. I don't care. What does Vosh act like? Vosh is a nice dude. He's been nice to me, I'll say. People can't just appreciate creators in this space as individuals and treat everyone as being groupthink, I guess. I'm a Naruto fan, can't relate. I can't imagine being a Naruto fan because the legacy of your critically acclaimed manga series is tarred by the existence of Boruto. He yells at chat and is very stupid lately. He wears mad drip. He's been stupid lately. What he do? Actually, never mind. I don't care. Take that back. I cannot. I cannot. Yeah, that Going Under shit playing. Good stream. I played a decent amount of Going Under. I need to finish that game someday. Vosh bad? Truest shit I've ever heard. Here, let me see. Let me see if I can pull up some of these comments because they're very interesting. Don't do that. Cancel. Fuck off. Heck a fuck. Let me do this and then where is it? This one. Here, 7 hours ago. Why do you all expect so much from Hassan? Like, he's not a professional or journalist interviewer. Also, the kid is like 19. Fuck you want from him. I wasn't asking anything from him. I was asking stuff from Hassan. What are you talking about? I mean, what would I expect from the kid would be to answer questions, and what I expected from Hassan would be to ask questions. Like, I don't even think you have to. I don't even think you have to be that like knowledgeable to ask good questions. You just chose not to, which is fine, I guess. Biggest political streamer, true. Hassan did ask him a couple rough questions, but he got the as long as it's pro-Israel, it's all good. Real ones will like the stream. You should like the stream. That'd be a great idea. I'd appreciate you if you did. He was just a kid. Hassan was humanizing him. This is a giga terrible take, especially against a fellow leftist. Once again, I think you can humanize him. I think didn't we literally talk about this in the video where I was like, you can just ask him questions about how he experiences like America's and Saudi Arabia's assault on his country. That could be, that's pretty humanizing, don't you think? Like, how does this affect your day-to-day life? That's pretty humanizing, but like that's what I just thought of off the top of my head. The mental gymnastics liberals will go through to vilify anti-imperialism is crazy. Y'all know you can dislike Houthi movement but still support pro-Palestinian actions. Saying that the blockade is bad is actually anti-Palestinian. I actually don't even know what that person's talking about. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't even know what he's talking about. This one person who's been subscribed for 6 months, somebody in the comment section was like, wow, he fell off. And they were like, who, Shark? He sure did. Okay. Somebody was like, Hassan saying he was their journalist was a joke. Okay. Mr. Yappington has logged on. Shark fell off the cum slide. No, anything but that. And also, my thing is just that the Houthis aren't attacking every ship and any ship that's like earmarked for Israel, which is just true. You don't have to, you can think whatever you think about. For one, it's not a blockade. It's just firing missiles at ships. Okay. That's not a blockade. Okay. And two, it's just factual that they're not, it's just factual that they're not like attacking every ship to Israel. It's just random. It's just ships. If a ship's coming through, they'll attack it, period. Right? All right, here's an answer to my question. What did you learn? What did you learn? And they said, a perspective of the fight for Palestinian liberation through the eyes of someone in a neighboring country. Points of cultural common ground between a young Houthi kid and the interviewer. Okay, but like, here's the thing. They called them a Houthi kid. I don't even know if they're necessarily a part of the Houthis. As well as a perspective of the fight for Palestinian liberation through the eyes of someone in a neighboring country. My thing is how? Like, he barely answered any, like he was barely asked any questions about his, perspective. That's what I wanted. I wanted questions about his perspective. That's what I wanted. Chat, wait, did anybody here get like, I don't know, let me just, maybe I forgot something. Did you guys get like a perspective on the fight for Palestinian liberation through the eyes of someone in a neighboring country? Yeah, it's like One Piece. I've been fully aware of exactly what the fuck they mean by that for years, and even Vosh and Zan beat around the bush with it. The dog whistling over MLs when progressive leftist and anarchist influence is taking their Marxism in a problematic direction, so they build a toxic vibe around their name before becoming informative to a large audience about what X or Y political compass is. Green plus red equals dead. What? I was half asleep while you were covering it. I have not talked about Vince McMahon though. How Yemens are reacting to unnecessary criminal bombing of their religion in region. I mean, what did he say? Just like bombings are bad? I don't know, man. He was just like, the bombings are bad. He wasn't asked any real questions on that. Shark, you seem to think this interview is bad because it doesn't do something you should be very, very familiar with, otherizing. Chats like this are great because humanizing people that otherwise feel completely alien to us. Do people think that I wanted Hassan to ask this guy does he love sexually assaulting American women or something? Is that what these people think? Is that when I say I wish he was asked more interesting and important questions, they were like, what he thinks I believe Hassan should have asked him is is like, did Muhammad have sex with a fetus or something? Like what is this? What is this? 90% of the interview was like, do you like toast? Like, have you just not watched a good interview in your entire life? Have you never watched a good interview in your, that's what I'm just wondering here. Have you literally never watched a good interview in your entire life? It's so weird. Like, you can humanize, so we talked about this before, didn't we? During this video, you can humanize someone without just like asking them, do you like Fruit Loops? Do you condemn One Piece? Do you condemn Kaido? Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Visit Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, something about naming your ideology with the alias MLM and expecting us to trust you as legitimate doesn't add up. It is kind of true. They are called MLM. They didn't cook hard enough with that one. That one should have been left in the oven. You're so right. Thank you, Sake Tanuki, for helping other people join the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Are you gonna respond to any comment? I responded to like 2 or 3. I responded like 2 or 3 comments. I'm not gonna be responding to like many of these comments, mostly because a lot of these people aren't really like, some of these people, I'm not gonna name anybody specifically here, but some of the comments I read, they're just not looking for a response. They're just angry that I like disagreed with Hassan, and so whatever I say after that is just kind of over, because like everything Hassan say good. And that's just kind of it. But yeah, you can see I respond to like a couple of them. I think maybe possibly gaining knowledge and understanding of people with lives unfamiliar to you humanizes them. I'm agreeing that the right questions weren't asked. Okay. Everything sharks say bad. Now that's true. Now that part's true. That part's true. What is this? You're a shark viewer. Calm down. What the fuck is this? Somebody said Hassan, but they misspelled his name with 2 S's. Is genuinely a man baby at this point, and then somebody said, you're a shark viewer. Calm down. Bro, who are you? It's time to... That's true. He should have asked him if Vosh was bad. That's true. That's true. That's true. You seemed above this, dog. What are you talking about? People are so weird about Hassan. What are you talking about? Nah, this was a good opportunity with the... Nah, this was a great opportunity, and while unorthodox in its methods, I think Hassan did a really interesting interview. Sure, let's see. You can complain about the lack of professionalism. It's not about professionalism. Did I say lack of professionalism in quote? Or not enough pointed questions? I don't think I said lack of professionalism. Like I wanted him to wear a suit or something. Not enough pointed questions. I just no good questions. That's just interesting. But he got some statements. Yeah, at the beginning, like yeah, there were. Got the read on the kid and does his best to keep things cordial the whole time. I'm sorry that there are so many libs that don't understand that and expect suit and tie interviews or whatever, but this was genuinely fascinating and useful media connection that could probably only have been done in this format and platform. What? Yeah, they respond to other stuff. Maybe it's just me. I just didn't find it very interesting. I just don't find that very interesting. I guess. Cause like, listen, I think at the beginning there were some interesting questions. Yeah. Like after that, like 70% of the interview was like, do you like Fruit Loops? Do you guys do roller skates? Right? Like okay. I mean, if you find that interesting to see if like random people in, I don't know, I guess maybe how they're trying to, I'm trying my best to see this from somebody else's perspective. Maybe they see this as one of those TikTok videos where you like go around where you go around to those like little African tribes and you hand them like fruit roll-ups. You know what I mean? And they're like, how does African tribesmen like fruit roll-ups? You know? Maybe that's how they're like viewing these videos, is just like, maybe that's how they're viewing this interview, is just like get some random guy from Yemen and then ask him if he likes fruit roll-ups, and that's what they were looking for, right? But I guess in that perspective where you were just looking for just like silly media, if you were just looking for like one, thanks for the gold, kind stranger, Reddit 100 Reddit karma update, wholesome big chungus memes, like sure, I guess in that sense, sure, cool interview. I got the impression that it shouldn't really be like that, that it was going to ask more interesting questions to give us the perspective of what's actually happening on the ground from like a actual person like there. But the actual video was, do you like Fruit Loops? And I guess in that case, I just would have never cared about the video. It seemed high though. I disagree with that. I don't think so. They're missing up humanizing with like relatable. It's like, yeah, it's like wholesome 100 Reddit karma. No, you're breathtaking. And I guess that's what they were looking for in an interview. I guess it wasn't for me, apparently. Let's see, because apparently they have little timestamps. It's kind of on the spot. Okay, some people were saying that. Sure. I still think he could come up with better questions than like three decent questions and then 16 do you like Fruit Loops. But okay. That's fine. Once again, I don't think Hassan should be like executed by the state for this interview. I just don't think it was a good interview. In 13 minutes, what is it so outrageous to think that there are Yemeni who are sympathetic to the Houthis? What are you talking about? Seems Hassan's point, at least in part, is humanize a 19-year-old. That's not really a perspective you ever see in the Western media. So I think it's pretty relevant. And LB terrorists are humans after all. That's true. Somebody was like, this interview is groundbreaking. Oh, what is this? I'm going to be honest here. Hassan's interview, while not a great one, is a whole lot more indicative of his ADHD and social anxiety than he is in a good commentator. I never said for one, I never said he wasn't a good commentator. Shark, you've committed the cardinal sin of criticizing Hassan. His community is going to come for you. Honestly, so true.
This meme is very real.
Okay. Yeah, it seems about it. It seems that was all like that was all those types of comments. That's basically it. He did ask questions, like pretty important ones. I think at the beginning he asked some decent questions. After that, I don't think they were very good questions. Like, I don't know. I think I commented on every single question, or like most every single question that was asked, and like most of them weren't that good. Once again, just if you just wanted, like, we gave 3 Russians a lollipop to like while everybody's like being racist towards Russians around the world during the Russian government's invasion of Ukraine. Like, I mean, sure, if that was the case. You know, like if I did an interview and it was like interviewing, and there was like a guy who was seen riding on tanks with like the Z on them in Ukraine, and I brought him on and I was like, interviewing Putin soldier, crazy, wow. And I asked him like, so do you guys actually listen to Tchaikovsky in school? And that was like the entire interview. I think people would be like, what the fuck? I'm gonna be honest with you. And the thing is, I did think average Russians, and I still think today that average Russians do need humanizing because of how honestly like crazy, I don't know, like I'm not sure if racist is the right word, but like how crazy, like disrespectful people were to just average Russians while during the peak of all that. Also, Far Eastern Myth, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. You all are way too kind today. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Far Eastern Myth, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, helping other people join the frenzy, being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. They said, I think these viewers don't understand that humanizing a person can still be wrong. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that humanizing him is wrong, for one. I don't think humanizing him was wrong. It's a good idea. I just think you can humanize him in decent ways, like asking him about how America's involvement in his country has like harmed him or like the lives of people who he knows, right? How it affected his day-to-day life, right? Stuff like that. And a good idea, questioning their thinking a little bit more, right? He did? Yeah, I wanted more of that. I'm muted? No fuckers exists? Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I think he asked him like one question or something on that. I wanted more of that. You are not muted. Thank you, bestie. I definitely wanted more of that. I thought he had a great line to go on, and then he just simply did not. Anyways, once again, it's just... Once again, I've criticized Hassan multiple times on the channel. I'm going to continue criticizing Hassan on this channel. That's not going to end. It's never going to end. So I guess buckle in, partner. That's just how it goes. Same with everybody else. Someone gifted me a sub. Congratulations, freeloader. I personally believe is a little bit of a fumble. Anyways, and here's the thing. I'm not even against asking him those types of questions. I just feel like after like an actual interview that he could have asked some of those questions and they would have been fun and fine. And I would have been like, cool. And I would have stopped the video. I would have stopped watching at that point because it's just not interesting to me. Right. You can do that. Hey, the thing is, I do this in my debates. Like I ask people like, how are they doing at the beginning of debates and stuff, even if I know they're going to be contentious. I'm like, how you been? Your people okay? Do you like dogs? You know, stuff like that. I even do that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just don't think there was really much of an actual interview part. But once again, that's just that. That's just that. Who let the dogs out? Actually, Melissa just let the dogs out of their cage. I'm no Hassan fan. I'm a Voss Chica, primarily. It's evident by the fledglings. Only being it's not okay. I find that threatening when people start to ask normal, when people begin with normal. That's threatening. If you know you're going to be talking about something contentious and they ask you about like what your favorite soda is, you find that threatening. Like, why are you doing this to me? You're trying to find out what I like before you kill me? What's my favorite? Wait, what's my favorite what? I'm sorry, I'm just yapping right now. I'm in full-on yap mode. I'm in stream of conscious mode right now. I forgot what I asked. What's my favorite what? Soda? I don't really have a favorite soda. When I was little, my dad let me and my little sister have one soda a week. And a lot of times I got that like orange Fanta. But these days I'm much more of a Sprite guy. Cause I feel like Sprite is like, cause I only really eat vanilla ice cream. And I really feel like Sprite is the vanilla of soda. And so like, I like the vanilla versions of things a lot of the time. And so like Sprite is really like the vanilla soda. And so I'm a really big Sprite guy, actually. I'm a big Sprite guy. So if I would say any soda, it'd probably be Sprite. But I can really only drink a small Sprite before I'm like, ooh, this is too much. Before I feel like I'm just drinking sugar or something, you know? It begins, a small McDonald's Sprite is like the perfect size for me. Larger than that, and I start to freak out. I actually start to get a little panicked. It's just too much. It's just too much shit. I'm also on the Sahara Mist train. Sahara Mist or Sierra Mist or whatever is literally just Sprite again. Oh no, yo, dude. Yo, wait, people are coming off after that. Wait, pause the hecking music. People are coming after that Sean Vids guy. Yo, like that Skull guy who only spends his time tweeting and literally nothing else after making a decent amount of money from content creation, to the point where he could easily start to mobilize people against like Keir Starmer, the left wing, the Labour Party head. Yo, that's crazy. Whole people are starting. They're picking up. They're picking it up, dude. Guys, this is real. Sound the alarm, man. This is crazy stuff. Why doesn't that Sean Vids guy spend more of his energy mobilizing against Keir Starmer's labor? True. He'd have so much more authority doing so as a Brit. It would be much better use of his time, and even more deserving target. True. The serious YouTuber Money is commenting on American politics. True. True, dude. You being an online politics person and not in America, you should basically just like hang up your hat and your career. If you're not just gonna be like a video essayist, and even then, basically like hang up your career. If you're like somebody outside of America and you want to do politics, you have to do the same thing that those you ever see YouTube videos where the title and description are in English, but the video is in just a completely different language? That's so they can like bait English speaking viewers to click on the video, and then they realize that they can't understand the video because it's not in English. Right? You got to do that version of that where you talk about something that an American can relate to, but then in England, like right? Just damn. Sahara mist. It's just sand. So true. British, I might. I should probably emphasize here that I don't really substantively disagree with his POV on the uselessness of Democrats very much. Just find his monomaniacal attitude quite annoying. It really is. It really is quite annoying indeed, I'm gonna say, personally. Sean is part of the BreadTube generation. A lot of guys signed the pact with the devil giving them success and big audiences as long as they never talk about politics in a way that actually help do anything. God damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's some craziness right there. That's remarkable. You know what? I did kind of fire. He kind of cooked him. I kind of want to do, if possible, if I have the money to, because I'm not one of them big streamers that has a lot of money. Just so you know, I'm not one of them. There are big streamers that have a lot of money. I'm not one of them. I do not have like boku bucks. I don't have a crazy amount of money. I think I have $40 in my saving account right now. Okay, maybe 47. So don't sit here and be like, where are you spending your money? Okay, it's going to food, my dogs, and to help my family. That's where most of my money's going to right now. Not yet, big guy. So true. I'm not one of them. But like Vosh, Destiny, House on Pecker, Sean, like those people definitely. I'm just staying alive out here. Gotta stop buying avocado toast. I started buying the ingredients myself, single avocados and single bread, a single piece of toast. Shark in a small defense of Sean here. I'm not gonna jump down your throat for liking that Sean guy. I don't really care. It's okay. You don't have to be defensive. It's all right. I won't kill you. His videos are decent. Keir Starmer is completely locked down in the Labour Party. They kick you out for nothing. Someone of his size and of his opinions would be very liable to get booted for the first sign of trouble. Oh, I don't mean he thinks... I don't think he means he's talking about like joining the Labour Party and then talking bad about Keir Starmer. I think he's talking about like mobilizing Labour voters to be able to, you know, push for change in the Labour Party, stuff like that. I just got here. Is Sean bad? Sean, that he's just annoying. Is like the biggest thing. Like he's incorrect about a lot of American politics, and he's just annoying. Basically, he's the guy. He said he basically said like in like 2020, that like it doesn't matter if you vote because Joe Biden and Donald Trump are literally the same exact people, and like nobody cares. You shouldn't worry about it. And then he got into office. Well, like Biden got into office, and then he was like, the liberals are going to try to humanize Trump like after he's out of office. Just look at this. And then he's like, and then he tweeted something like, Donald Trump is actually kind of better than Joe Biden because he's a racist that'll tell you how it is, and Joe Biden is a racist who will try and hide it. And I'm just like, what are you talking about, man? What the fuck are you even, what are you waffling about, dog? Yeah, it was just crazy. Dude's just annoying. That's basically it. But luckily I have a filter that lets me not see British people's opinions a lot of the time, which has been great for me personally. Who's just Hassan but British? Nah, I feel like, no, I don't think you should say that because I think that's, I'm gonna be honest, I think that's disrespectful to Hassan. I'm being real. I think that's to say Sean is Hassan but like British is actually disrespectful to Hassan. I don't believe you should say that. At least in his tweets. Hassan's tweets are incredibly are like incredibly like what is it? Like they're incredibly reasonable, like respectable and understandable. Sean's just like he's crazy. Dude's actually just out of it. I actually think the guy is like high on fentanyl every time he tweets. Just something terrible is happening to him. Don't compare him to British people. Yeah, comparing a Turkish guy to British people is not only wrong, it's also racist. Anyways, the serious YouTuber money is commentating on American politics. Twitter likes. Rent dude tweet about Brandon, sadly. Goddamn. Rent due. Because the only political goal is to punish liberals. I mean, yeah. Thank you for your Take Schizo account. Okay. All right. I'll say good tweet, actually. I say good tweet. I'd love to ask for more from our larger political commentators. Oh, it's always good to ask for more from our larger political commentators, 100%. Wait a second. Chat, I think we have a target. Chat, I think we have a target. I think we have the opportunity to get Comer out of office. Wait, it's really possible. So there's like a complete Trump gagging nut in the US House of Representatives. His name is Comer, who represents, I don't know the district name, but represents this big gerrymandered looking district in Kentucky here. Wait, I might have to do some campaign work. Your ass might see me in Western Kentucky. You guys might see me vibing out in Western Kentucky sometime. This is basically Comer's entire district. Target acquired. When Rent Due tweet goes crazy. I love Rent Due. That's really funny. That's really funny. You know where Rent Due actually started? Rent Due actually started on Black Twitter, and I hate it because it's like, I like it because it's funny. I hate it because it was like another one of those spark ups of like black men versus black women on Twitter that's like manufactured and forced. I really don't like it. But basically there was the idea that at nearing the end of the month, though I guess nearing the end of the month, random women would start tweeting about how real men pay for their girls' rent, and if you really want to If you really want to get a girl, you should start paying for stuff for her, right? It's just a bit conspicuous. And then some dude one day on Black Twitter was just like, the end of the month comes, and that's when you know rent is about to hit, and the girls will start tweeting like rent's about to hit, right? About how you should start paying for their stuff. And then listen, I will say there are so many women on Twitter, but there were a decent amount of tweets by the time rent was going to be due where they were tweeting about how men should pay for their rent if they were real men. And I was like, God damn. And then it went crazy. It like blew up once people started noticing it, or like people started manufacturing it even. And then they were just like, this is rent's due. They tweeting like rent's due. What do you even call that? Rent-seeking behavior? Oh, sheesh. Anyways, Zothone, thank you so much for the 2 months in a row, remaining a part of the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. I don't watch you. I just came in to dump a prime. I appreciate that. Have a good one. Thank you. Thanks for the prime. Have a good rest of your day. Whatever you plan to do. Don't go ugh. You know it was a good one. Clap. You know it was a good one. Clap. It is manufacturing drama, yes. Being a bum ass critter. Oh, I critter post. You fucking critter. Fuck you, critter. Being a bum ass critter is that's insane. Yo, can you honestly, I would just like walk away if somebody said I was acting like a bum ass critter. I wouldn't even want to argue them. I would just be like, you know what? I'm getting out. I'd just be like, you know what? I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here. Wait, this means we can actually power scale Ben Shapiro. Take a look at this. We can power scale Ben Shapiro. He's obviously shorter than Thom McDonald, okay? Than Tom Mickey D's, okay? How tall is Tom McDonald? He says he's 6'1". Tom McDonald says he's 6'1" himself. But now people are saying he's actually 6'3". I'm seeing a lot of different... 6'5"? What? Okay. These heights are okay. They aren't real. None of these heights. And now I'm seeing 5'9". Yeah, he says. But now I'm saying 5'9". I see everything from 6'5" to 5'9". That shit's crazy. He really is a man, isn't he? How tall is Tom McDonald? To answer this question, Tom McDonald's height, to the answer of the burning question, Tom McDonald's son stands at 5'9". While he may not be the tallest figure in the entertainment industry, he's on the taller side. You know, a lot of rappers are like 5'5", okay? You know, Lil Uzi Vert, that bro is actually little. He's like 5'3". Same with Lil Wayne, also actually quite the small man. It says he's 5'9", so that means Ben Shapiro is like I would say like here. You know, we'll be nice. His head is here. So he's what, like 2 inches shorter than like Tom McDonald here, making him like 5'6". Like 5'6", something along those lines. I could fit Lil Uzi Vert in my pocket. I had a girlfriend who thought Lil Uzi Vert was cute because he's so short and small, and she actually said something like that too, that she He looks like she could pick him up. Five of AOC's feet. True fucking real. 5 feet? Whose feet? People only have 2 feet. He's like 5. He looks like 5. He must be like 5'7", 5'7", something along those lines. Shortman get no respect, I tell you, not at all. Feet? Where? You didn't hear anything. Feet? Where? Anyways, here, let me prepare this border segment before we go crazy. Just off camera, Shark is barefoot. I'm banning you for that. I'm snapping your bones. I hope it was worth it. I hope it was worth it. Where them juicy toe beans at? That shit's insane. Shut. Visibly panics. Do not think about the streamer's feet. Don't do that. Here, let me see. Let me prepare this segment for you real quick, huh? Wait, how's the fish tank look? Oh, look at them go. They're so happy and active. Some of you may have known that I recently had a problem with my fish. Almost all of them died. A large percentage of the fish that I had in here like actually died. It was because of a bad water change. I forgot to treat all of the water adequately before I put the water into the tank and move the tank. And then the stress from the water shock from it being a different pH, because I believe the pH was different because the pH in the tank must have been lower since there was a high amount of organics in the tank. Obviously there's like a bunch of plants to plant the tank, and the water that comes out of the tap, because it's a little bit harder. So there's probably a big pH shift, maybe like 1 degree. And that led to a lot of them gasping, getting like scared. And a decent amount of my Ember Tetra actually passed away because of that. It was really sad. I actually had to evacuate all of them from the tank because a lot of them were gasping. Some of them were like floating to the top of the tank and everything. And I put them into my my little betta fish's tank that's in my windowsill. Actually, that's also a planted tank. And so I put them in there as like a resting tank for them until they got better. And then like a couple hours later, after they all looked good and I retested the water and then treated it again, I then put them back into the tank and now they're doing just fine. But they're actually doing better than they used to do. So I am really happy about that. You can see them wiggling around in there. They're very happy. But he treated for chlorine at least. I have just like general like dechlorinator, that like detoxifies the water and brings it more towards like a normal pH, right? But just it just seems like I did like a 50% water change and moved the tank and didn't treat the water enough. So I think all of that combined led to a couple of my fish dying, unfortunately. So because of that, I then put I went out to get new fish, because only the Ember Tetra died and they're easy to pick up. That doesn't mean I want to kill them though. I really like those fish. They're some of my favorite fish right now. And they're doing great. They're doing fantastic. I added them earlier today and they're living the dream, honestly. You have snails in there? Yeah, I have ram's horn snails, bladder snails, and one big fat mystery snail, actually. The mystery snail is for like all the snails are for hoovering up like trash and stuff. The big mystery snail specifically is for hoovering up garbage on the floor of the tank. One of the plants actually died and had little needles and it got everywhere, and the mystery snail's just been like slurping up everything as it's been moving around, and it's actually cleaned up the tank so much. I would definitely say like keep one. If you're gonna keep any snail in the tank, I would definitely say one good mystery snail. They don't breed like bladder snails or ram's horn snails. They're not asexual, so they can't like just reproduce. So just one good one will last you like 1 or 2 years, and it'll do so much. He does so much, and I can't lie, they're interesting. They have this really interesting quality to where they'll climb to something really tall in the tank. Either like up the glass to the surface, and then they have this trunk that extends, and then they can slurp air out of it. So they'll get air from the top, or like they'll do something on one of the tall leaves, and then they'll just let go, and they'll like float down, and they'll go like flying down to the bottom of the tank, and they'll go like bunk 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 on stuff until they hit the ground, and then they'll like pop out of their shell, and then start moving again. It's really cool. That's sick. Yeah, it's really fun. They'll like do leaps of faith, and then they'll like jump from one end to the other end, and they'll fill their shell with air, so they're kind of like a little buoyant, so they don't fall super fast. Or they'll release all the air and they'll like drop like a rock. It's really interesting. It's really interesting behavior. I will say that on top of the fact that they're huge, so they like eat a lot of the stuff that you put in the tank. I would say, yeah, go ahead. I would definitely say add a mystery snail. They can't like accidentally be too much. They're like really active. They have big antenna that like flow in the wind as they like go around. They're actually kind of scarily fast. They're really fast for a snail. They move really fast actually. They'll eat any dead food, any dead plants. They don't eat live plants. They're just, I love it. I love him. I don't have a name for him, but yeah, I love him. Yeah, it's actually called a mystery snail. Yeah, it's actually called a mystery snail. What color is yours? White. He's white. He's a big white mystery snail. Why have fish when you can just have snails? Some people do that. Some people have a big mystery snail tank, and it's kind of crazy looking. Wait, let me see if I can show you one, and then I promise we'll talk about the border here in a second. Yeah, turbo snail. Turbo snail. Yeah, some people just have big mystery snail tanks, and it's kind of crazy looking. Let me see if I can show you one. And they literally eat everything, dog. They literally eat everything. There's nothing they don't eat. They constantly eat, and they eat everything. Yeah, here you go. Here's one person, and he's a black creator too. Cool stuff.
Thanks. I'll give you guys a little tour of what we've got set up, and then I will show you guys the tank with literally, I think, 1,000 snails in it, so don't go anywhere. So this is a tank I just set up to hold some extra plants the other day, but man, these plants are looking nice. I can't wait to send them to some good homes. We gotta get them listed on the website. This 40 breeder I just set up to grow some extra plants and breed plecos in. Now my plecos are all the way on the back, but plants looking good. Snails looking good, eating up.
Love to see it.
I think there's a misconception that they eat plants. They really don't. They just kind of slide over and eat the algae off of them for the most part. But people who complain about the snails eating their plants probably have the plants dying anyway.
That's true.
A little small for that many snails, so I'm gonna start getting them out of there. And I'll probably take them to my outside tank. Yeah, so let's step outside before it gets...
Yeah, they get pretty crazy. They can get pretty crazy. Sick. That's too many. There was one person I saw with fully grown mystery snails in their tank, and they were just like, it's a fully planted tank full of mystery snails, and the mystery snails were like running around on top of things. They were like jumping off of stuff together. I'm not sure if I can find the video just off the top of my head, right? But yeah, this is what they look like. This is kind of what mine looks like. They got the really big antenna when they're happy and they're just searching for stuff, and they got this like mouth. It's like a retractable mouth. See, this is what they do. They just like hoover up stuff. They literally just slurp it inside of their body. It's crazy stuff. It's crazy stuff. Mystery snails are pretty cool. They're pretty cool. I only have one. I only have the need for one. They're kind of huge as well. They're like 1.5, 2 inches, which is like getting on the size of being too big for my tank. If it did more than just like, you know, sit on the ground and on the glass and stuff. If it did more than that, then I would be like, this wouldn't work, because it's only a 10 gallon at the end of the day, right? So I got to be careful. Last thing I want is to overcrowd my tank. Not only is it like disrespectful to the pets, but also it's bad for the water quality. But thankfully they're not too heavy on the water load either, so. You can't get mystery snails in Georgia? Did you see the Ben Shapiro rap? Yeah, we did earlier in the stream. It was crazy. It was kind of wild. My bet is a messy eater. He has a little cleanup crew of 3 mystery snails. Oh, that must be good. That must be good. That must work out. Yeah, here, look, I got, there you go. Here's the video I think I was looking for. Yeah, they'll do stuff like this, where they'll like hop onto things. Like if you have floating plants, they'll like hop onto the floating plants, and then they're so heavy, they'll like drag them down to the bottom of the tank, and then they'll like halfway through, they'll let go and stuff. It's pretty cool. It's interesting behavior. A little bit of a menace, I will say, but they're fun. Yeah, they do stuff like that. They'll eat anything, they'll do anything. They're crazy. Yeah, they'll treat your tank as a platforming game. Well, how they'll like hop from one to one. From one leaf to another leaf. They're fun. They're fun to watch. Do you like visiting aquariums? I do. Yeah, visiting aquariums are pretty fun. You get to see all the crazy stuff. The Cincinnati Zoo is great. Fantastic aquarium. If you're ever in the area, you have to go check it. You gots to go check it. Lose the glasses? Oh man. Just when I'm about to start this segment too. All right, that's enough music. That's enough plants. That's enough fish stuff. That's it. That's it. I delete everything. Fish, aquarium, water. And see related from my watch history. No, why? Yeah, the adrenaline junkie snail, right? How long do they take to get fully grown? I accidentally muted myself again. Depends on what kind of mystery snail. Mines grow at an alarming rate if you give them unlimited food. My first batch was laid more than 3 weeks ago. Still no snail babies. How long that takes. I gotta make this bigger. I just took off my glasses. I'm so blurry. From my baby snails after like a week ago. No one can tell. I'm in like a fish forum right now. Mystery snail's birth to 2 months. It seems like it might take a couple months. No, more than a couple months. Maybe, I guess like a year or something to get fully. I don't know. Maybe not it can't take a year. It has to take just a couple months. They can grow. If you give them enough food, they can grow really fast. They can triple its shell growth in 3 days. Okay, so if you've apparently those other people weren't. So you need to do two things. You need to make sure you have hard enough water so they can like grow their shell. If your snail's growing at like a slow rate, usually it means your water's not hard enough for them to be able to get enough calcium to grow their shell. So if you have hard enough water and you give them enough food, it seems like they can triple their shell growth in like 11 days. So it seemed like you may be able to watch their asses grow. Are you deep from the boys? Wait, what? What's happening? That's funny. Anyways. I wonder how long it takes a snail to learn most of the snail stuff snails need to grow their shells effectively. What? Give the dog a treat? Oh, I'm going. Are you mewing? What is mewing? Is it like jelking? Does anyone know what's mewing? No, it's not like joking. What is joking? I'll tell you when you're older. Pay the snails diamonds. That'll probably get them hard. It's basically looks maxing. Start on 25. I'll tell you when you're older. It means you meow. I'm looks maxing on stream. Wow, crazy. Crazy. Wait, is mewing when you're like trying to grow your... Wait, let me see. Is that when you're trying to grow your like jawline or something? Also, why is it called mewing? Mewing is a facial reconstruction technique that involves keeping your tongue to the roof of your mouth to change your jawline shape. Some supporters claim that if you mew, you can reshape your face for a more defined jawline, while also helping jaw pain, breathing, and orthodontic issues. What? Damn. Look at that. Damn, look at that side profile. Holy shit. Push. Shark Aquarist arc. Oh, nah. Oh, hell no. Anyways, here, let me finish this. Enough ADHD time. Let me finish this. Okay, we're good to go. Y'all ready? Yeah, how many of you all know about, kind of know what's going on with the border right now? What did I just type? It's time to log off. And here I am seeing the of going, making mewing sounds with the tongue in the roof of my mouth. Like, what the fuck are y'all talking about? Yeah, you can lay down. It's okay. I've been hearing about it for like 9 years now. This time it's really crazy. I've heard about it. Sounds bad. Just started getting caught up and it honestly seems nuts. Don't worry, it's more nuts than you even thought. I live in Texas and people are like crazed monsters about the whole border thing. It's really scary, but I'm glad younger Texans are getting more progressive. Yeah, thankfully that's happening. So thankfully. Guys, the caravan is here. It's real this time. Oh, all right. Here we go. All right. Border kerfuffle. You ready? This is crazy. Greg Abbott's Texas, Greg Abbott being the governor of Texas, is defying the Supreme Court and looking to possibly go to war with the federal government. But the question is, how did we get here? Let's have a little bit of background, okay? Since Biden got into office, there has been a record-breaking influx of migrants that have been encountered at the southern border, all right? A lot of those migrants are apprehended in Texas, since Texas has the largest land border with Mexico out of any state in the entire country, okay? That has Eagles Crossing and Shelby Park, two places directly on the border that is the breaking point for what we're going to be talking about right now. All right. And yes, this is encounter. This is just people that they saw at the border. This isn't including people who are asylum seekers or anything. This is just people that they found at the border. Like Border Patrol finds a person, they write it down. This is the people that they saw crossing the border, that they encountered at the border, crossing the border illegally. All right. That's what we have there. Republicans hate this. They hate the idea of people coming over the border illegally, and a lot of them even hate migrants in general, legal or illegal. And so a lot of Republicans have been spending their time trying to figure out ways of how to stop migrants from coming in. Donald Trump specifically thought about shooting migrants in the legs, or even building a big alligator moat like we're an evil castle in a RPG or something. Maybe, yeah, just something along those lines. Many other Republicans have had different ideas about how to do it. In Texas, in Texas and also Florida, they started busing migrants that they found and even flying them out to different states. Martha's Vineyard is one, New York, Chicago, just California in general, just throwing them on buses and just shipping them out. We have an entire video going over that and how immoral, inhuman, and I just think it's human trafficking. And the biggest failure Joe Biden has had domestically is not suing these governors for human trafficking these people by lying to them, by throwing them on buses where they could have medical emergencies and just taking them to random places and dropping them off without any papers, no nothing, right? Outside of that, there has been Arizona's last governor, Doug Ducey, who decided to play Legos on the border and decided to get shipping containers and then set them up across the border as well, even though this was illegal and also stops the migration of several animals from coming across to and from the border, that leads to an ecological disaster that needed to be stopped. And then they lost this court case, and then that got taken down, especially since Doug Ducey was term limited. He was no longer the governor of governor of Arizona anymore, and now there's a much better, cooler governor there who's also woman-pilled, which is also kind of wacky, incredibly insane, isn't it? In Texas, they've had different ideas. Texas specifically originally made this new saw trap device contraption. And what you're looking at, you may think that these are just buoys, but you're wrong. These are buoys specifically tailored to drown people. These buoys spin independently, so you can't climb on top of them. And they also have razor blades inside of them where you can get caught in between them, where you can get caught and then you're not able to climb out of the water, and then you can easily drown when they were placed. This is a health hazard and an absolute disaster. They're murderous contraptions specifically made to kill people, because conservatives believe that if you cross the border, you should be killed. Just period. That's where they're beginning. you deserve to be dead if you want to come into America in ways they disapprove of. Let's just understand that right here. And this is at Eagles Pass. Eagles Pass is one of the biggest destinations for people crossing the border illegally in the entire country, and that is in Texas. Shelby Park is right next to it. But during a court case, Texas lost their court battle in keeping these up, and so they were forced to take them down. And so instead of just like thinking, I wonder different ways we can keep people from crossing the border illegally or process them in better ways and so we won't have to kill them. Instead of that, they decided to go in a downgrading form and just pick up razor wire instead. And so now they've just started placing razor wire across the border, and it looks like this. Okay. With that being said, there's a problem. Now, the problem comes from the fact that where they place their razor wire, they place razor wire on the border in one of the most trafficked illegal crossings in the entire country. After that, people then have medical emergencies on US soil because these aren't placed directly on the border, because Texas doesn't have the ability to place things directly on the border just like that. They're placed on American soil, Texas soil, a little further away from the border. So once you're on American soil, you are now under the jurisdiction of the Constitution, okay? Which means that if you're dying or you need medical assistance, that you need to be treated, and that if like a Border Patrol agent or somebody sees you in danger, they need to help you, okay? Keep that in mind, because that's a big thing with this, all right? Texas got mad at the Biden administration for cutting the razor wire when they need to get people through the border to process them once they're on American soil, because they've already crossed the border illegally. You now need to be able to process them after they've come over the border. Maybe file like suits or something. Get them an attorney. They need to process them. So they cut the razor wire to be able to bring them through so they can like apprehend them. Okay. Texas got angry at the Biden administration for doing that, and so they sued Biden and the Border Patrol for cutting their razor wire, because they said the razor wire costs a lot of money and the Border Patrol is destroying it, and they're destroying like state property, and they need to stop. Okay. A lower court ruled, a super crazy right-wing lower court ruled in Texas's favor, saying that the federal government couldn't cut the razor wire. The Biden administration then appealed to the Supreme Court, and for some reason, tightly divided Supreme Court. It was a 5-4 ruling in Biden's favor, saying that as the proceedings go along, the Border Patrol is able to access this area and also cut the razor wire, which is just insane to me, because if you think about it, it's the federal government going on federal property. The border is federal property. The federal government controls the border. Texas does not control the border. Okay? That's not how that works. Just because it's a border state does not mean that it gets control over the border. That's what Greg Abbott wants to do, is control the border himself. Take the job from the federal government, from the president, and put it in his own hands and control like 1/3 of the entirety of the US border with Mexico. That's what his plan is. That's what he wants to do. Biden said, you can't do that because that's literally my job, stated in the Constitution. And the Supreme Court justices, literally 4 of them, were like, the Texas gets to override the federal government when it comes to its job of securing the border of the country. Think about this think about how crazy that is. Like just state-run organizations now have authority over the federal government to be able to do what they want, where the federal government is not able to challenge them. Can you imagine that? Can you even imagine like a law where California, like the federal government says that in every single state you have to have like gun rights? Okay, can you imagine if California revoked the Second Amendment and they said we don't have to enforce it because we're the ones enforcing the gun laws, and so like the federal government has no rhyme or reason over that. This should prove to you that this Supreme Court is full of insane dogmatic rhetoric filled conservative extremist hacks, dude. All right, we already know that Clarence Thomas is a guy who literally doesn't care about the law. It only rules in things that he finds favorable and things that he doesn't find favorable, and just barely even makes an attempt to be able to justify his rulings. He's just completely out of it. But the other conservative, because every single conservative that dissented was, every single judge that dissented was a conservative Supreme Court justice. All the other justices just came out to be like, oh yeah, fuck the federal government in things that we don't like personally, right? It's very clear in the Constitution that the federal government gets to control the border. That's not debatable. But apparently to these conservatives, it is. And we all know that it's like hackery because, be honest with me, do you genuinely believe that in any other left-wing cause or something that the Supreme Court, that these justices would rule in the left's favor? Do you genuinely believe that? Do you genuinely believe that if it's just undeniable that the federal government does something and the supremacy clause of the United States is like just clear cut, that it's not the other way? Do you believe genuinely that if like federally, completely, that like the marijuana was illegal, okay, federally, and in every single state it's illegal to like own, traffic, smoke marijuana? Do you genuinely believe that in like New York, the Supreme Court, like New York sued the government saying that they should be allowed to smoke as much weed as they want because the federal government can't tell them what to do? Do you genuinely believe that? No, of course not. Of course, you're crazy. They'd laugh in your face. Of course not. If they banned abortion nationally, do you genuinely believe that the Supreme Court? Do you genuinely believe that the Supreme Court would be like, oh, you can have as many abortions as you want because the states can do whatever they want? No, of course not. This is the precedent that this sets is genuinely insane that they were going to let this go through and let the Texas keep usurping the federal government as this court case goes through. Genuinely crazy stuff from them. But that's where we were, sparking this problem at the border, because the problem at the border going on right now is hundreds of years, honestly, in the making when it comes to how we run our borders, especially the southern border with Mexico. Is in the problems in that. How this started recently, sorry for punching my mic, was that while Texas was putting up the razor wire, they were putting razor wire in the water as well. It snagged a family, a woman and 2 children in the Rio Grande, and those people, all of them died. Okay? All of them died. Now, Federal Border Patrol wasn't there to be able to save these people, because this is exactly the reason why they cut the razor wire. They don't just like walk around and have fun cutting razor wire. They don't touch the razor wire unless there's somebody they need to get on the other side of the razor wire on American soil. But what happened is that now Greg Abbott in Texas are refusing to allow Federal Border Patrol into one of the largest illegal migrant crossings in the country because Abbott is angry that he lost the court case against Biden for cutting the razor wire. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Because Abbott is mad after losing the court case against Biden for putting up the razor buoys. Okay? That's what's going on here. The Federal Border Patrol was like, what the fuck? Let me in. We're literally the feds. You listen to me. And Greg Abbott told the Texas border agency not to let them into Shelby Park, which is a large park that's directly on the border that leads to the Rio Grande and Eagles Pass. Okay? This is where our largest migrant crossing in the entire country. With that, it's a major tantrum from an actually grown man. Okay? That's what's going on right now. 3 people died. 1 woman and her 2 children were drowned to death by Greg Abbott, and they weren't allowed to be saved by Federal Border Patrol. And Texas Border Patrol just let them drown. Okay, it didn't care about saving them, just let them drown. All right. With this being said, Joe Biden said, yo, you need to let me and Federal Border Patrol into the area. We control the border. Okay, not you. Know your place, fool. Greg Abbott then said, nah, I control the border because I think you, Mr. Biden, you stink. Mr. Biden, you fucking stink. Fuck you. I hate you. I'm angry. You suck. You're not Donald Trump. I want Donald Trump. He should be in office, not you. Fuck you, Biden. You don't get to see the border. And claim that Texas is invoking its right to self-defense. They're going to then Israel all of the migrants, okay? They're going to Israel all of the migrants. They want all the migrants to die at the border because they believe that in a right to self-defense, and they think that they're being invaded and destroyed at the border, and Texas needs to do something, and Joe Biden isn't doing anything, okay? Even though Joe Biden has, if you didn't know this, Joe Biden has actually passed more border policy through executive order than Donald Trump has. He's built more border wall than Hey, chill. Joe Biden has built more border wall than Donald Trump has. Joe Biden is turning away Cubans, Haitians, and Nicaraguans. All of those people, if they smell Haiti on you, if they smell Nicaragua on you, if they smell Cuba on you, you get turned away at the border, no questions asked. Just fuck you, stay out of the country, okay? Just those people are then effectively, we've banned migrants from Haiti, Nicaragua, and Cuba at the border at the moment as well. Joe Biden is doing a lot of things that conservatives like. He's just not just straight up killing people on the border, which is what these people would probably want, okay? Because they believe that crossing into the country is a death penalty, that is worth the death penalty. You deserve to be killed. People like Charlie Kirk came out to say that we should start rounding up Patriot supporters and just gunning down people on the border, right? Even Donald Trump said that we should start shooting migrants on the border and letting them bleed out on American soil for trying to seek asylum. In some cases, just they believe that you should die if you cross into the country illegally or you want to seek asylum in the country is worth the death penalty. These people want to kill people, okay? They just want to kill. That's their main goal. So if you wonder why they're acting the way they do, it's because they believe you should die if you cross the border. You've given up your right to life, and it's upon them to take it from you like they're the angel of death. Okay, you did not put lamb's blood above your door, so they should kill you. The right to self-defense. Yeah, they should be able to defend themselves from Jose 32 barefoot at the border. So dangerous, so spooky and dangerous. Okay. With this being said, like I said, Joe Biden was then sued Texas and Greg Abbott for not allowing federal border patrol into Eagles Pass, into Shelby Park, to save those people who drowned, and not allowing them to cut the razor wire. All right. Like Joe Biden appealed the loss in the lower court to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave Biden the win, said that two things, okay? Because you're going to see conservatives lie to you. Surprise, surprise, conservatives are going to lie to you about this, all right? They're going to say one of these things. They're going to say Texas didn't lose the court case, okay? Even though a lot of them were like just a couple days ago were saying that the Supreme Court gave Joe Biden the green light to invade America, okay? What this decision said was that not only is federal border patrol allowed to cut that razor wire, stopping them from being able to reach the border, they also are allowed to have access to the entire border, Shelby Park and Eagles Pass included. So those are two things. Keep that in mind because we're going to bring them back. Okay? Keep that in mind. Biden wins this. Texas loses. Greg Abbott gets angry. And he gets so angry, in fact, that he decides to say, this is not over. Like he's a supervillain. Okay, like he's planning something devious and disgusting. Okay, he's planning something evil. Texas says after Supreme Court lets Biden admin remove razor wire at U.S.-Mexico border. All right, and everybody was like, "What does he mean by this is not over? What's his planning? What is he planning to do?" And it seems like what he's planning to do was double down, declare an invasion on the border, and then defy the Supreme Court and not allow federal border patrol to cut the razor wire. Okay, so listen to this. Remember how I told you to remember something? I hope you did, because now it's going to be important. We're going to have a test on this. Okay, you're going to hear conservatives tell you that Texas isn't defying the Supreme Court because all the decision was that they just said you should be able to cut the razor wire. But Texas isn't allowing Federal Border Patrol into Shelby Park, the area where they're putting up the razor wire. So they're like, well, we're able to put up more razor wire because, I mean, the Biden administration hasn't been able to cut it yet. That's the workaround that they're trying to do here, okay? And some left-wingers even believe this. Don't believe the conservative lies. The ruling said two things. One, Border Patrol is allowed to cut the razor wire. And two, the Border Patrol is allowed to have access to the entire border. So, with this being said, when Texas disallows Federal Border Patrol into Shelby Park, they are defying the Supreme Court. They said specifically you should allow them to be able to reach the razor wire and the border, okay? Texas said no. Joe Biden asked again. Texas said no again. And then they came out with this.
We have a right when the federal government, we believe under the Constitution, we believe it's our right to protect our people. Pure and simple. And to protect our country, the federal government is not doing it. That was part of Article 4, Section 4. When the United States was founded by the states, we created the government. They had a deal to protect us against invasion. Now, Joe Biden wants to argue what invasion is. 8 million people who have come into this country illegally, murderers, molesters, terrorists, rapists, gang members, drug dealers, carjackers, kidnappers. That's invaded.
Movers, shakers, boppers, everyone, dude. Everyone's coming across the border. And once again, if you're a criminal, you get turned away at the border. If they catch you committing crimes, you go back across. They send you back, you know? Those three groups that I said, Nicaraguans, Haitians, and Cubans, are some of the largest groups of people coming across the border right now that are specifically just getting turned away. Biden is doing a lot at the border. Biden is more hawkish on the border. I want you to know something here. It's crazy. Biden, once again, has instituted more restrictions on the border than Donald Trump has. He is more hawkish on the border than Donald Trump was in the first 4 years. In Biden's 3 years, he's done more against migrants on the border than Donald Trump has. Barring some of the concentration camps we put migrants in. Some of those are slightly better. Like, they're not forcing people who are Muslim to eat pork, I don't believe anymore. And I believe the uterus snatcher, that guy got fired, if I remember correctly. And I think some children were found, and some people who committed assault in the sexual variety were also let go. But outside of that, he's as if not way more hawkish on migrants than Trump has. Okay, but nobody thinks of it like that because we've had such a large amount of people coming to the border. They don't even think. They just think if you show up at the border, it must be the president's fault, and that's just kind of it. Even though here's two things. Let me leave you with two pieces. If you learn anything from this video, let me give you these two pieces of knowledge. Okay, one of the big reasons why I don't necessarily care that much about the border is because it's not that big of a problem when it comes to specifically crime. Migrants commit less crime than native-born people in this country. Migrants also aren't bringing that much fentanyl into the country. Did you know that 90% of the fentanyl apprehensions at the border are from U.S. citizens crossing in from Mexico who carry fentanyl? Do you know it's not people illegally crossing over the border like that with like a turtle shell full of fentanyl? They look like the pilgrims from Dark Souls. They're just like they got a stick and they're crossing the Rio Grande with like a massive pack of fucking fentanyl on their back or something. Did you know that? It's not some guy named Juarez balancing 500 crates of fentanyl on his head as he like skimmies across the border. Did you know that? That's not actually how most fentanyl gets into the country. That's not how most fentanyl that does get into the country because most of the fentanyl is made here, okay? And the fentanyl that does come over the border, most of it is from U.S. citizens who paid someone who was another U.S. citizen to cross the border legally with fentanyl. Now, you may be wondering, Shark, that's crazy. Why in the world would they have somebody who's a US citizen cross into the border with fentanyl like that? Well, if you think about it, who goes through more scrutiny at the border? Some random guy named Jose who can't speak English, who's coming in on his like dirty white Toyota truck, okay? And then they're like, "Damn, you smell Mexican. Get out of the car, boy." You know? Do you think that guy gets checked less, or do you think that some guy named Kyle who lives in who has an ID from Virginia, who's coming in after just having a little vacation in Mexico in his like a Honda Civic, okay? That guy gets checked less. There is way less scrutiny on people who are American citizens coming over the border, so that's why they have Americans smuggle drugs into America for other Americans that paid for it. That's how most fentanyl gets into the country. And so if that's the case, we should start shooting legal migrants who are legal citizens who are crossing back into the country. And then more likely than not, you'll stop more fentanyl from coming into the country. But that's not what conservatives care about, because that's, and even in that the case, fentanyl is coming into the country through legal ports of entry. So are migrants. Most migrants who come into the country illegally are coming in through legal ports. And most of the people who are in the country illegally come in after actually getting into the country illegally with like a green card or a work visa or on a vacation, and then just stay in the country and never leave. That's how most people are in the country illegally. This just doesn't make any sense. My border crossings are not a real problem. That's why it's a made up crisis. That's why it's an invented crisis. That's why we say it's a manufactured crisis, because the way in which we handle people at the border, the way in which we deal with people at the border is specifically made difficult because it's good for Republicans to run on it. It's not a real problem in the sense of it's destroying the country. It's a real problem as in we're creating a humanitarian crisis by allowing people to die in the river after being snagged in razor wire, because it gives us votes by making us think that we're hard on the border when we're just hard on human lives. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. But they don't want to tell you that. They don't want to tell you that. And they don't want to tell you that Texas is very clearly violating the Supreme Court. But that doesn't matter to them, because right after Texas said that not only am I defying the Supreme Court and not allowing federal border patrol to reach the border, but we're also going to be sending the National Guard in to be able to defend the border from Border Patrol asking to get into Shelby Park. Literally guys with like wire cutters. They're just like guys in green suits with wire cutters. That's the people who Texas is like racing to defend themselves against. Like a guy in a green hat with a single razor wire, with a single wire cutter in his pocket. That's the biggest threat to America right now, just so you know. After this, every single Republican governor in the entire country, barring Vermont's Republican governor, then signed a letter supporting Texas's border fight, saying that they agree with Texas in their fight against the Supreme Court and Joe Biden, saying that Texas has the right to defend itself against the Supreme Court and Joe Biden and some little kid from El Salvador. Okay, that's what's happening now. State Guard or National Guard? They're sending. They're Texas's National Guard. So the Texas State's National Guard. State Guard. Are they called National Guard? Nope, it is 100% called National Guard. A state's state guard are called National Guards. Yes, it is a National Guard. Anyways, there's a National Guard, but Abbott is using State Guard. No, Abbott's using their National Guard. Abbott is using Texas's National Guard. Everything I've seen is saying that they're using their National Guard. Why are they so afraid of Luigi and his wire cutters? They think they're destroying the nation, apparently. Texas Guard. Oh, well, sure, we'll call them State Guard. Sure. Sure. Texas State's National Guard. They're the military troops, Texas military troops assigned to Texas that they use specifically to be able to deal with crises that overwhelm police officers. Okay, they're State Guard. We'll just say State Guard. We'll just say State Guard, just to be sure. Fine, they're State Guard. I don't really care that much. Okay, Texas then deployed their State Guard. After that, Donald Trump chimes in to make the border crisis even more of a crisis by then going on to Truth Social and telling every single Republican governor to then send their national, like their Texas, their National Guard, their state, their military troops assigned to their state to go then work with Texas, go under Greg Abbott's control, and then build up a little mini army to be able to attack Border Patrol coming in with their razor wires. All right. That's what then they did. And you know what happened after Trump called for them to do it? They did it. They did it. As soon as he said it, they said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Trump, sir." And they all sent their National Guard. They all sent almost all of them sent their National Guard. Many of them started to send their troops down to Texas to be able to go under under Greg Abbott's control to fight Joe Biden and his razor wires. In his razor wire cutters. Aren't you glad for Bashir? I'm pretty happy to have Bashir. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very excited to have Bashir. Much better than anything else that could have happened to me, I will say. They want to kill kids that much? Yes, and just so you remember, all of this started because Joe Biden wanted to save a woman and 2 children from drowning to death in the Rio Grande. Texas is specifically against saving people that go to the Rio Grande, because when you tell them that we need to help stop people dying at the border, what you'll get is people saying that they shouldn't have crossed anyway. And what that means, their mouth is saying that they shouldn't have crossed anyways. What they mean is that they deserve to die. That if you cross the border, you are deserving of the death penalty, because crossing the border should be punishable by death. You should simply just be killed if they see you even attempting to cross the border. That's what these people believe. All right. And it's sick. It really is sick and gross. It is incredibly sick, and it needs to not happen. It's not that big of a crime. Crossing into the border is like jaywalking. It's like a misdemeanor crime. But to these people, it's the worst thing that you could possibly do, because you're destroying the nation or something. And there's too many taco trucks around. There's too many people causing too many issues. And then some people will go, well, look at Texas and Chicago and California and in New York and all these places that are like, well, that are like now overwhelmed. Well, you're sending a bunch of people there to specifically overwhelm their system. The point is to cause more trouble than there is. Texas could have worked with the federal government to be able to have more resources to deal with migrants coming across the border, and then worked with the federal government to be able to process people at the federal border to stop this from being as big of a problem in Texas as it could have been. But Greg Abbott decides he just wants to kill people, and Biden thinks that you should probably not let them die. And that's the struggle that we're having here. It's not about defending the border or not defending the border, or the border being open and being closed. What in the world would close the border? What is it? It would not stop most of the migrants coming to the country illegally from coming into the country. Like, these people are saying, like, here's the thing, okay? People like Ted Cruz came up with a really fiery speech the other day. Let me pull this up for you, okay? Let me tell you what Ted Cruz had to say. Here's the man. Here's the Zodiac killer himself.
The Biden border crisis is an absolute humanitarian disaster. and Democrats don't care. Last year, 853 migrants died crossing illegally into this country. Alejandro Mayorkas didn't even know how many had died because he didn't care. When I brought 19 senators down to the border, we saw a man who had drowned floating in the Rio Grande. Democrats don't care. Last year, thousands upon thousands of children were brutalized and sexually assaulted by human traffickers, and Democrats don't care. Last year, thousands of women were sexually assaulted by human traffickers, and Democrats do not give a damn. Last year, more than 100,000 Americans died of drug overdoses from Chinese fentanyl flooding across the southern border, and Democrats do not give a damn. Now, you may say, well, come on, that's harsh. They care. They care. Somewhere in their hearts, they care about all the people suffering and dying. Baloney.
Well, he says that Democrats surely don't care about what's happening. But it seems like, to me, Ted Cruz doesn't really care because he listened to Donald Trump when he told them to sink this border bill. So if you didn't know, ever since October, Democrats and Republicans have been working together in the Senate to be able to forge a bill that would do a couple things. Give Israel more money to kill children in Gaza, give Ukraine more money to defend itself against Russia, and tighten up the border, and then add more draconian, more harsh laws on the border to make it more difficult for people to seek asylum, basically. And Mitch McConnell said this. Mitch McConnell, when he saw the bill, his eyes literally lit up. He specifically said that it wouldn't even be possible to get a better bill on the border under Donald Trump. That's how many concessions that Joe Biden gave to the Republicans on this bill. There was no pathway to citizenship for people on the bill. None. Okay. It would have made fewer people be able to seek asylum at the border. So turn away poor people struggling, being hunted by like cartels or something. Just let them die. Okay. And not allow them to seek asylum at all. That's what was going on as well. That's what was in the bill. Okay. But Donald Trump specifically said, fuck you, sink this bill if it's not perfect. And specifically, he didn't want a bill to go through so he can use the border crisis as a talking point against Joe Biden. And so the bill right now, as we know it, is probably dead. All right. And I'm not going to lie. I can't say I'm a little happy about it, that Republican hypocrisy and Republican capture by Donald Trump has led to a really bad border bill dying in the Senate. Okay, but it seems like it has. House Republicans that are way more closely aligned to Donald Trump than a lot of the senators are, specifically said that the bill is dead on arrival. Ted Cruz said as well that this bill is dead on arrival. Okay, he said he will not vote for it as well. So who does really care about the border? I don't know, but it's apparently not these guys. It's not those guys either. It's really strange stuff, isn't it? It's really strange stuff. So with this being said, with a constitutional crisis, with Republicans and Texas specifically defying the Supreme Court, one of the second times in American history, I believe, where people have just outright just said F you to the Supreme Court, okay? And to be able to do whatever they want. And every single time it happens, it's to kill more brown people. It's Jackson doing the Trail of Tears to kill Native Americans. And now it's Greg Abbott and the Republicans defying the Supreme Court to kill migrants at the border. That is the point of what's going on now. All right. So with that being said, where do we go from here? Joe Biden, the day that this was going on, was busy talking about how much he loves a bridge that got built recently. Actually, while this was going down, while all of this was happening, this is what Joe Biden was doing. Okay, let me show you. This is Joe Biden yesterday, after like 20 governors sent their National Guard to try to kill Border Patrol who tried to cut razor wire. This is what Biden was up to.
The beer brewed here, it is used to make the brew beer in this refinery. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes.
Anyways. Incredible stuff going on here. Incredible stuff, I must say. Incredible stuff. Where's Lincoln where we need them, right? Maybe they're trying to spark a civil war, but I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I don't really believe this is going to go anywhere. What do I mean by that? I really think that if push comes to shove, these guys are going to back down. I think if Joe Biden is like, you have until tomorrow. Actually, he said you have until the end of Friday to be able to let Border Patrol into Shelby Park. Right? If he just says that at the end of the day, I think they're all just gonna back down and then start crying about how mean Joe Biden is to states and their rights. Right? It's Friday. Yes, it is. They have until the end of Friday, he said. Okay? Because here's the thing. You may be thinking, oh man, this is so crazy. This is so scary. Well, at the end of the day, all they're doing is like just playing with toys. Okay? They're like having action figures and they're like, I hate you, Biden. And this beer is so good. The Great Lakes. And you fuck you, Biden. Right? That's basically what they're doing right now. There's no real bite to what's going on. Because here's the thing. Remember one of the many names for the president of the United States? It is Commander-in-Chief. Every single soldier in America is directly controlled by the Constitution and directed by the executive, meaning Joe Biden. So if Joe Biden wants, he could just say, hey, you National Guard, you report to me now. Let me into the park. And that would just be that. That would just simply just be that. You belong to me now. Now move from the park. And more likely than not, just about everybody would move from the park. And that would be the end of the story. Okay? Joe Biden hasn't done it yet, but many Democrats, and me included, I believe so. Okay? There are many ways that people believe that Joe Biden should deal with this issue. Last night, I even made a poll about it just to see how people were feeling. How do you believe Biden should respond to Texas not obeying the Supreme Court? There were two options: negotiations and strike Abbott's office. Sorry. And it seemed like a lot of people have a bunch of different opinions about how to deal with this issue. So I personally believe that there are many ways how this can end, but as like a fighting civil war type thing, I don't believe is really one of those options. And Joe Biden can absolutely take control of the National Guard and just be like, you belong to me now. And that's just kind of the end of the story. Republicans are now betting on the idea that the National Guard now will be aligned with Texas and drowning children at the border over listening to Joe Biden and the Constitution. And so that's why they believe that they're going to be able to win with this one. I'm not lying. That's actually why they think they're going to win this one. I don't believe it's going to end up like that. I highly doubt they even really believe that it's going to end up like that. But that's where we are right now, with them telling themselves that they can totally win this issue by simply just waiting long enough for Joe Biden to give up or something. It's possible that Joe Biden could even go, whatever. I could really see him being like, whatever, and then just like pretending it didn't happen. I'm going to be honest with you. I can see him doing that. Okay. So it's either that, or he nationalizes the Guard and just tells them to move and then proceeds to cut the razor wire. But it's not going to end up with any shooting or anything. These people are they're too weak. They're children. And this is too little. This is too much of a non-issue, of a nothing burger for this to come to blows. All right. And yes, some people may be like, conservatives do love their delusions and they could start shooting people over their delusions. It's true, but these are military members. This is National Guard, not some whack job named Eric, who spends half of his paychecks on Trump designed merch, to be able to show everyone how much he would love to gargle his forceps or something, you know? That's what we're dealing with right now. It's all LARP. It's all LARP. At the end of the day, it is incredibly disgusting. And I believe that, if I'm going to be honest with you, Greg Abbott and all the rest of these governors should be taken to court. Joe Biden should be working with the DOA, so with the DOJ, to be able to sue all of these governors and take them to court. Okay, it is completely insane to me to believe that they should be allowed to get away with defying the Supreme Court like this, even if it's something as simple as cutting razor wire, because at the end of the day, that led to 3 people dying. That's not okay. They think it's okay, but it's not okay. And it shouldn't be allowed to continue. It needed to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago. And if that means Greg Abbott may not have an office sometime soon, well, you know, they have my fucking blessing. That's all I'm saying. Rolls Abram tank up to border. You have 10 seconds to disperse. It's possible. It's possible he could do that. I don't think he wants to harm anybody. I think it'd just be a bad look to harm anybody. I think he could use finesse to be able to just be like, shut up, and then just take control of the situation. That'd probably be easier, honestly, and more up Biden's alley to do something close to nothing, in my opinion. Abbott needs to be taken to The Hague. That's true. Where's South Africa where you need him? So that's what's going on right now. A bunch of conservatives are calling for like a civil war, a new confederacy, something along those lines. No, it's not going to happen. Conservatives are all talk and no bite when it comes to this issue. It's a great political stunt to be able to make your people feel like you're fighting for them and you'll do anything it takes to be able to stop the invasion at the border, when in all actuality it's a great photo op and news headline to make you feel to make you get social culture war points from your low info voters. So that's basically what's going on here, and that's it. So Texas defying the Supreme Court. Joe Biden hasn't done too much about it besides send some letters, but we'll see what happens tomorrow as of this recording. And that's where we are. Weird stuff, terrible stuff. All the Republicans need to be in jail. Yeah, wild. This is good cheese. Have any Democrats spoken publicly about this? Yeah. A Democrat from Texas told Joe Biden to nationalize Texas's guard. Other Democrats have done stuff like that. There have been calls to prosecute Abbott. You know, a lot of Democrats have said stuff about this, yeah. I've always been a big cheese boy. I've always been a mouse. Don't send bombs to Israel. Send bombs to Texas. I think each and every migrant, when they cross the border, should be given their own personal Iron Dome. Are they Baby Bell? Nah, they're just squares. They're just cheese squares, as you can see. Hey, listen, a lot of people say the problem that they have with Biden is that he's not strong on the border. He could do the funniest thing ever. He could do one of the funniest things ever right now. I'm not lying to you. He could do something incredible to Greg Abbott right now. Oh, he was trying to set up Lethal Company. I haven't heard him ask about it or anything, but yeah, I can play Lethal Company sometime. Pokemon? Was it in the Discord? Oh, group chat. Okay. I can definitely play with you all. The prisoner Iron Mask from Elden Ring. Chrome Dome, Chicken Bone, leave me alone, head ass. Also, the GF's been playing a lot of Pal World. She's become a massive Pal World gamer. Carlito wants his state back. Not the slop game. They got her. She's been playing Pal World all day. Dude, people love Pal World. People go crazy. I don't think you get it. People go absolutely nutty for Pal World. I haven't seen any I've seen people saying that stuff's been made with AI. I haven't seen it be made. The studio that made Pal World is actually a pretty small studio, and they made some slop games before. This seems also like a bit of a slop game that had like a decent enough like backing. Did you ever see that Hollow Knight ripoff?
Hey everyone, how's it going?
No, thank you. Yeah, this game. Have you seen this game before? That looks totally nothing like Hollow Knight. So this game, okay. What's a slop game? It's a game that's poorly slapped together, specifically to make money and not to be like a good gameplay experience. That's what people usually mean by when they say slop game. But yeah, this game. So they made this game, and yes, it is the same. It's shovelware. Yeah, it's the same exact company that made Pal World. This was their last game, a Hollow Knight ripoff. And so yes, they decided to make a almost with this like very similar animations as well, almost the same exact animations, right? So this is the same company that made Pal World. All like the only thing that they do is like rip off bigger, better IPs. That's all they do, bro. They just make slop games. It just seems like this slop game that they made had better bones than the slop games they've made before. Yeah, it's better bones than the slop game they made before, meaning that it's popped off. And Pokemon with guns seems to be there seems to be a big market there. I would say from what it seems like, I would personally say that it's probably like maybe instead of Pokemon with guns, it's more like Ark with Pokemon. If anybody here's played Ark before, it's basically just Ark but with Pokemon instead of dinosaurs. So it's a ripoff of actually both of those games. But you know, it seems like a lot of people are having fun with it. So sometimes slop tastes good. It's like it's slop. Yeah, sometimes slop tastes good. Sometimes they really be cooking that slop. I mean, think about it. Sloppy Joe. And that's pretty good, isn't it? If people wanna glop that slop, it's fine. It does look awful. Peanut! That's what it's all about. Thank you, Peanut. I appreciate you. Did you all have a good stream? I think Before You Buy did a little review of Sloppy Mon. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, here you go. Nice to have you, Peanut. Penis.
You Buy. That show will give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. Today we're talking about Pal World. This is the game the internet has been calling Pokemon with guns. It's also the game the internet has kind of crowned king over the course of last weekend. As this game launched in early access, it like broke records. It flew to the top of Steam charts. So I've been playing this for a few days now, both solo and a bit of it cooperatively on PC, where this footage has been captured, and it's also available on Xbox through Game Pass. So now I know the running tagline joke is, like I said, Pokemon with guns, but it's really Pokemon but a survival game like Ark. Pokemon with some elements that some Poke fans have been wanting for a long time. Pokemon with a dash of Breath of the Wild and a few more popular games. Look, people don't like these comparisons. They get very defensive. I've seen the arguments online, but it's often pretty blatant here. Now, what matters is that it clearly derives a lot from things that a lot of other games do well, sometimes shamelessly. For some,
What was that sound? Yo, did they rip that straight from Breath of the Wild? Did you hear that?
Things that a lot of other games do well. Sometimes
Yo, that's crazy. That's actually the sound you make when you find a new area, and the same type of pop-up when you find something in Breath of the Wild. Bro, these guys are like allergic to making something. I hate. Listen, these guys are kind of allergic to making something creative. That's really funny. That's really funny. I heard that they made all the Sloppy Mon by having one guy make all of them. They hired like one junior a designer, like guy who knows how to use like Blender and do like animation rigs, and that's the only guy who made all of the Sloppy Mon. And that's what's going on. Yeah, it was, they had like they hired like a high schooler to make and like animation rig all the Sloppy Mon. And so do I think he used some AI? Nah, I don't really think he really used much AI, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it's just like, oh, we need like a dog character. Here's like a dog character. It kind of looks like fucking, it's not Pochita. I don't I've never played Pokemon. I don't know. Barks a lot. Is that a fucking Pokemon? I don't know. What's the dog Pokemon? Woofle. What the hell is a dog Pokemon? Growlithe. Thank you. I knew I was close. I knew I was close. Barkle and Growlithe in Arcanine. Yeah, there you go. Anyways, they're just like, yeah. They're pretty close. They look pretty similar.
Shamelessly. For some, a little too close to comfort. Some character models are alarmingly close to Pokemon they've been spoofing. So there's some...
What the hell? That was just like...
potentially questionable stuff here worth acknowledging. Regardless, the game is doing something for some people. Clearly, it's scratching an itch. It's filling a void. Me personally, I don't love a lot of survival games. I'm pretty picky, but I found myself hooked on
Lucario,
this
right?
Game gives you a lot considering its early access. Yeah, it's a little jacked up. Some animations look weird or unfinished. Menus and some whole mechanics could use some complete tweaking. And there's more features I'd love to see. But even with the roughness, the early accessness, it's a really fun time already. There's a lot.
I think the thing that really does it is the fact that the creatures are in like the same exact art style that Pokemon are, right? They're in the same style that Pokemon is. I think if they used a different style, then it wouldn't be as, weird.
lot against it though. It
looks like a Fortnite
almost, like,
skin
thrown together at times, and it can be devoid of any cohesive feel or personality with the world at times too. Sometimes almost like soulless. But hey, let's just get into it, explain the mechanics, and talk about everything. So if you don't like survival games,
stick in this
still very much the thing here. It's not the most intensive one. It's actually pretty casual, but like you're chopping down trees, you're cooking and eating to keep your character healthy, and you're building primitive log cabins. But from there, the game very quickly gets you hooked onto its loop, catching creatures with balls you throw at them. You can run up and whack them, weaken them, and then toss a ball at them to hopefully catch and contain them. From there, you can have the little creatures populate the home base you build, get to work, and also accompany you out in the field. You can throw out a ball and have a little rip-off Pikachu come out and follow you around wherever you want, whenever you want. You can ride some of these things. You can use them as mounts. You can fly on them. You can have them fight with you.
Oh, addictive slop, my favorite. Opioids? Allegedly legally distinct. Ooh, I just randomly thought of Sloppymon, but I want to keep saying it. It's so funny. Sloppymon is Slopmon. Sloppymon. It's just so good. It just sounds good. I want to say Sloppymon. God damn. Grimer.
And adventure with you, and that is just a cool thing, like to have that fully like uncompromised here, like just having that creature with you doing whatever.
I think one of the big things about this is that it's like if Game Freak actually wanted to go through with the kind of idea that they had with Pokemon Legends Arceus, but devoid of a lot of the really garbage Pokemon trappings, but then put it in a new trap, and that's the garbage like normie survival game trappings, right? And so it's, which is something that people love for like 6 months. You know, people love it for like 6 months. Right. And, you know, there's some people who love it for a lot longer. I mean, like, look at Rust. It went really well. Arc died off in time. I'm not sure how many people still play Arc. Right. I mean, there are games out there that can do well with this type of gameplay model. Oh my gosh, Piplup. Yeah, Rust is very active. I know Rust is very. I had no clue Rust was so active still, but yeah. Some stay around. A lot do not. Catch your sloppy mom with a sloppy ball. Yeah.
Along with that, you're adventuring out in the world. Your main task seems to be finding these massive boss towers. These contain like a big boss battle that you need to really gear up and kind of prepare and grind for. They seem challenging, but the other thing is that the game world itself is absolutely huge. Getting to these towers might take a while. The map is massive, and I feel like I've barely even scratched the surface yet. There are cave dungeons with special creatures and loot to find inside, rare creatures hiding around, big boss creatures out in the open, and I've even found some hidden bosses in some pretty weird, unexpected places too. There are even towns with NPCs. This is where the game really feels the early access. It's pretty lifeless, with a couple of vendors and boring NPCs who barely have anything to say, with some weird writing and dialogue. Still, there's potential here for a lot. You can just buy new pals or visit a shop and buy items, but that really seems to be it for now. There are also kind of bandit camps out in the world with enemy bad guys to fight against too. This feels pretty weak, with not a ton of excitement to them and really not a lot of reward. It's nowhere near as good as the boss stuff. It seems like this is still very much an early
poking that guy
access,
like crazy.
work in progress thing, so be warned.
Yeah, so that's Sloppymon. Nazi soldier? I thought it said IDF at first. I'm being real with you. I thought it said IDF soldier. The argument is parody. I don't think they want to. They're not marketing it as a parody. I don't know if they deserve to be sued. I don't think so. I don't think this is lawsuit potential. It's just very obviously like, you know, I mean, come on. They know what they're doing. They're like, come on. everybody knows what they're doing. Don't like pretend like you don't know what they're doing. They have a track record of it. They're obviously hopping on to the success of Pokemon to make something really similar, but also different. So yeah. They've made their sloppy mon. But Nintendo has sent a cease and desist for less. I feel like if they could have cease and desisted Pal World, they would have done it when it was first introduced. And on top of that, like a day, I know for a fact they're watching Pal World, because a day after the Pal World Pokemon mod got dropped, where people just replaced the Pokemon lookalike with the actual Pokemon, that Nintendo instantly gigabopped it. They nuked it from orbit. Yeah. They nuked that shit from orbit. Instantly. So I know they've got eyes on Pal World already. Pokemon fans being disappointed with Nintendo and Game Freak probably helped with Pal World being as successful. Oh yeah. Game Freak literally just serving their people slop. It's so funny because we called Pal World Sloppymon, but like as if Legends of Zelda Arceus is not Sloppymon, is not OG Sloppymon. So honestly, if we think about it, it makes Pal World look even worse, because not only did they copy Pokemon, they copied the bad aspects of Arceus as well. But it's probably a decent game. A lot of people loved Arceus. A lot of people love Pal World. I even have Pal World. I plan to play it sometime soon. I don't think my opinion will change on it being Sloppymon, but you know, it could be fun for some time. So. Is it Arceus? Is it not Arceus? I thought it was Arceus. Oh, my bad. I thought it was Arceus. Is it actually Arceus? Sloppy second mon. No. What the fuck is Rust? You can have a penis. Arceus. Arceus. Okay, thank you. I learned more. I learn more every day. Anyways, what else we got? How much money you got? I want to take some more time to understand that stuff. Time? Like 4.5 hours? Okay. What do I want? Oh, what else do I have to do today? Wait, do we have a... Wait, I gotta ask my editors. I have to ask the editors. Wait, before I get too ahead of myself, I can't type on this goddamn keyboard, man. No. Wait a second. Sorry. Uno momento. We have to delete this. There we go. Perfect. Okay. The curse will spread. I'm gonna start calling Power World Sloppymon to my students. I hope it'll spread. Was this background music? This is Coral Mine from Shantae and the Seven Seas. And the Seven Sirens, my bad. I think Sloppymon's a great ass name. It's so good. It's so good. It's good. Yar. Oh, did you see Pant Piss? Because he came out and was like, I hate Joe Biden. I love Texas. Right after he ended his campaign.
Biden is going after Texas, saying that they must remove fortifications from their border. They've put wire, they put things to keep people out. Biden saying you got to take that down to let people come in illegally, which is just crazy. And I remarked that if the Constitution was originally understood to mean that a state could not protect itself against an invasion, if the federal government could force a state to allow an invasion, the Constitution would have never been ratified in the first place. Texas would have never joined the Union when it did. And if you look at Federalist 46, which Daniel Horowitz pointed out, James Madison talks about situations where federal encroachment can be mitigated by state action. So you have Texas here that's holding its ground. They have
what are
every
you talking
right
about?
To fortify the border.
They just want the right to not have their razor wire cut while children are drowning in a river. It's not about protecting anything. Texas, yeah, Texas was also annexed from it. I love how he talks about it like Texas was just a gang of cool guys who was just vibing around, living their life, and was like, you know what, I might join this American thing. I guess I'll join this little American thing. Like, what are you talking about?
Vis-a-vis an invasion, and that's Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution. So they're in the right. You also have a situation where liberal jurisdictions over many, many years have been sanctuary jurisdictions against enforcing federal immigration law. So you'll have somebody who's a criminal alien. They will not be given over to
any
ICE,
criminal aliens in chat?
Deliberately act to frustrate the laws on the books, and somehow that's viewed as okay. You have Texas, who's acting to enforce the laws on the books, to ensure that they have a secure state and that we have a secure country. So all of this is just nonsense what Biden's doing. Texas has every right to stand its ground. In Florida, we've been sending people to help for many years now, because we understand it's not just a Texas issue, it's ultimately an American issue. And if we don't have sovereignty in this country, then we're not going to be a
I'm sorry, I stopped listening halfway through. Bro's just yapping. I'm so sorry I stopped caring about what he was saying. I was supposed to be, I'm the streamer, and I actually started to drift off. I'm so glad I cut that from the segment, because bro, that was so boring. I know now why he wasn't able to become president. Holy. Anyways, did you guys see this? Yo, did you guys see this? Look at this. Some people were asking for a voiceless version. So anyways, it's crazy. I love it. Anyways, they did a voiceover of this. Okay. I'm not sure if you saw this, but this is like an animation. This is a 3D animation that's made to look like a 2D animation of like a 90s beer commercial or something. So this is how it originally came about, okay? Is a 3D animation made to look like a 2D animation from the 90s. All right? Interesting, right? But somebody who knows of a guy named Major Klug, who was apparently a YouTuber who had his 4chan doxed, and it found out that they didn't have age verification and they were grooming minors in the Discord. All right. With that being said, this guy decided to make a parody of this video, because this originally didn't have a voiceover or music. They made their own voiceover and music, okay, to let people know about the crimes of Major Klug.
So this is where Major Klug lives. I grew minors!
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, it's so good, dude. So this is where Major Klug lives. I grew minors! It's such good voice acting, man. It's like the oh, what is it? It's like the Lightning McGroomer one.
So this is where Major Klug lives. I grew minors! This is where my Discord got doxxed on 4chan. Klug Inc. Where pedophiles and groomers alike come to groom. We don't need age verification because we want minors here, so we can tickle their foreskins and touch their forceps.
That's crazy.
Major Groom, take my spiked drink so I can groom you. Yes. Klug Inc. Come here if you want your tickled, touched, and your pickled, lickled. Join our server, except you can't because invites are closed.
It's so good. It's so good, dude. Thank you, Diamond's Cheat Animations. It's so fucking good. Oh my goodness. So this is where Major Klug lives.
So this is where Major Klug lives. I grew minors!
But you could have just answered the door like a normal person. You didn't have to do that. You know you didn't have to do that, right? What the hell? It's so ooh, Major Klug, don't answer the door like that, man. That's how you got caught. Zero self-preservation. Literally zero. Crazy, isn't it?
So this is where Major Klug lives. I grew minors!
Who's Major Klug? Is he a YouTuber? Well, he grooms minors, apparently. That's all I know about Major Klug. That's all I know about Major Klug. Honestly, it's maybe all I need to know about Major Klug. I'm Kluging out. Do not do that. Do not do that.
So this is where Major Klug lives. I grew minors!
Major Klug, you're crazy, man. Major Klug, calm down. All right, then. The worst thing about getting like owned online is when the guy who like gets you does it in a funny way, like an actually funny way. Because I don't know anything about Major Klug, but that's crazy. You're not telling me Candace Owens came out to say that the AI generated images of like Taylor Swift naked is actually not only okay, but good? Nah, you lying to me. You can't be real. You gotta be pulling my leg. You gotta be tickling my forceps. Why graphic AI photos of Taylor Swift are a good thing. Silver lining. Does anybody who live near her have a brick or a cinder block?
All right, happy Thursday, everybody. So I've got good news and bad news. The bad news is that we are edging very closely to a civil war. I'm serious, a true
Anybody up edging?
constitutional crisis happening.
I do not care about your opinion on this. You are stupid.
So I opened my Twitter this morning and everything that was trending was regarding Taylor Swift. Obviously, she is arguably one of the most famous women on the face of the planet.
I love women. Isn't that right, chat?
Something happened to Taylor Swift. A bunch of AI pictures. Basically, you can just use artificial intelligence, and it's gotten so clever that you can make it look like someone is naked when they're not. So a website called Celeb Jihad published these deep fake images of Taylor Swift. They're extremely graphic, a series of explicit acts that are themed around the Kansas City Chiefs. And obviously, her fans are upset about this, and they should be upset about this.
So here's one thing. I only looked at what was going on a little bit about this. I was just skimming it. Celeb Jihad. It's probably one of the craziest statements I've ever heard come out of the mouth of a human being before. Celebrity jihad, bro. It's revenge porn. That's a weird way to say revenge porn. Celebrity jihad, man. They're on a holy war. Now some Swifties definitely go on a jihad. I can't lie to you about that one. That one's just true. With that being said though, like the idea of just like clowning on these people for coming after people who are doing something that is illegal, mind you, that's not wrong. That's a bad thing to be doing to somebody. Terrible even. It can ruin somebody's career, even, especially how people treat, nude images of women and how historically that's been used against them. Like, I mean, come on. Let's not be stupid here. I know it might be hard for you, Miss Owens, but like you can at least try, right? Crazy. But I saw a little bit of what was going on Twitter, and there was one guy who was really posting this stuff, and Swifties kind of like disemboweled him. I'm not lying to you. So this guy has been known to be like a jackass on Twitter, and apparently he picked the one group of people that wasn't going to like lay down and take it, and it was Swifties, bro. You ain't never listen. There's two groups of people that you don't pick fights with online, not because they're not wrong, but because there's just too many of them, and they become evil if you allow them to. It's Taylor Swift fans and K-pop fans. I know there's a large overlap with that, but basically all white girls, okay? Especially the young ones with nothing to lose. Have you ever seen two white girls fight? Like two men fight, and yeah, like it's bad, especially when they're kind of younger. But they usually stop when one's been like seen as dominant, right? But women, they just, I don't know, I feel like if you don't break up two women fighting, that they may actually fight to the death. You know, I genuinely get terrified when I see two women fighting. It's like they don't have the idea of like fight until like somebody is like supreme or something, or like one guy until one's more dominant. They just, I don't know, like the red just covers their eyes and they just go into aggro mode and they just start throwing and punching and stabbing. It's crazy stuff. It's very scary. Anyways, they take that same mentality and they do it online as well. You don't pick fights with those girls. They will kill you. And so it's crazy stuff. I saw a tweet with like 100,000 likes of the guy who specifically started spreading these images around on Twitter. They found his face. They found his name. They found the place where he works. They found his mom. They found the people who surround him. They found everything about this man. They were like, I've got all this. All I need is his exact address. And they were about to get it too. In the day after he posted that, they were like, I'm ending your whole career, man. And dude went into private, and then he started to tweet to his followers. He was like, they're trying to take me down. It happens in every war. Every great army has to do a tactical retreat at some point in time. This war is not over. I was like, dude, it is over for you. It's over. You're not coming back from this, dog. You're not coming back from this. It's over. You're done. Anyways.
They're talking about how much of a violation this is. They're talking about how this should be deemed sexual assault. And I can only imagine how Taylor...
What? Fury as... oh, good game. Fury has extremely graphic AI pictures of Taylor Swift go viral. Here's the thing. I saw some of these images. I didn't like... The thing is, I saw them while I was scrolling, but I didn't like internalize them to like know what they actually were. So I was like, what the hell is that? But like some of the images were like Taylor Swift on like the football field with like blood covering her breasts and stuff like that, and her like screaming at the... It's really crazy stuff that these days a lot of people can be fooled into thinking are real, and it's just you gotta be careful with all that stuff. Or was it paint? I don't know. I guess it was red paint. I thought it was blood or something. I just knew it was like a woman with like bent over on like a football field with like some red liquid on her like breasts and stuff. Right? I didn't know it was Taylor Swift. The only time I knew it was Taylor Swift was like a little while after like a day after it came out, and people were talking about those images and they described what I saw, and I was like, oh, that's what it was. Because I didn't sit there and stare at the images. I was like, oh, that's crazy. It was just like, oh, somebody's posting like AI tits again. But it was another like, oh, here comes the AI tits again type situation. You know what I mean? I guess I was wrong.
Taylor Swift feels, waking up and finding out that images that look exactly like her, but of course are not her, are being spread across the internet. By the way, this particular site is absolutely abhorrent. Celeb Jihad was also the website that was responsible for hacking a bunch of celebrities' phones and publishing real pornographic images of celebrities in the past. I think that was back in 2017. So they're known to do this. They understand that there is a desire, a perverted desire amongst some of the population to...
Oh, I almost forgot. There you go.
You see celebrities naked, and they benefit on that. Now, I want to be clear that X, Twitter, formerly known as Twitter, has already begun suspending the accounts that has re-shared some of the images, but it's going to keep re-emerging. Obviously, whether it's going to be on 4chan or somewhere else, you can access these images if you actually want to. You shouldn't want to, but you can. And I'm going to tell you why I actually think this happening to Taylor Swift, her having these fake nudes, so to speak, published, is a good thing. I agree. It is unbelievably violating. I agree that this should be categorized as sexual assault. The problem is that it's trending now, and it wasn't trending when we spoke about this issue last year. You might recall that I was putting this on your radar, and I was putting it on your radar because there was a young Twitch streamer who goes by QT Cinderella. She isn't as famous as Taylor Swift. She isn't as glamorous as Taylor Swift, and she does not have the same fandom as Taylor Swift. But she broke down crying, talking about how somebody had taken her face and created AI porn. I'm just going to jog your memory of what she said. Take a listen.
Oh yeah, I remember that. What was that guy's name? I actually watched some of his videos. I didn't watch him like a whole lot. Didn't we cover this? Yes. Well, not in like an actual video, but we looked at it. Atriax or something. I forget his name, but yeah, he basically what happened is that there was a website, Atriac, there was a website that was producing AI generated fake porn of different streamer women, and this guy was with a wife, mind you, was beat, and he was friends with some of these women. He'd play games with them and stuff. That he'd have them on stream. They were like cordial, right? They were basically business partners. And this dude was paying for a subscription. He didn't just like come across it. He was paying for a subscription to the website that was making AI generated porn of his fellow co-workers, so he could beat his meat to their fake nudes and fake porn. It was crazy. And so how this was found out is that he was scrolling through his tabs on like his computer, and he had it still open. So he was beating his meat recently, possibly even right before stream started. Maybe not even washing his hands before pressing the go live button. And he was joking his jerkin like right on his computer to this shit. And that's how people found out, is that he was so horny he couldn't close out of like a single tab where he was paying for a subscription for that shit. It was insane. Well lubricated assault machine, that man. And so yeah, it was crazy. It was terrible. Truly terrible. And he was like, sorry guys, whoopsie, didn't mean to do that. You know, everybody makes mistakes. Anyways, I'll like take like a month break. And then I don't know, and then he just came back and just started vibing again. Bro cried in his apology. Yeah, didn't he bring his wife to be like, this isn't him, this isn't him?
Who are able to look at women who are not selling themselves or benefiting off of being seen sexually. They're not benefiting, they're not selling it, they're not platforming it themselves. If you are able to look at that, you are the problem. You see women as an object. You should not be okay.
He did get put in timeout, yeah.
Doing that.
Every time I hear her, my heart breaks. My heart breaks listening to her, just a young woman who's done nothing wrong. You know, she's not selling her body, and then having some...
like that's something wrong. Doing nothing wrong, dude. It's not selling. Listen, you can sell pictures of your tit. That's okay. Even if somebody's using, even if you like release a picture of your tit online, and somebody uses it in a way that you don't like, you still have the right to be upset, just so you know. Bro, still, even when she's trying to defend women, still wants to take a swipe at other women. Can't help herself.
Total demented pervert on the internet go, wouldn't it be great to imagine her doing porn and taking her image and putting it out there? And we covered the story. And unfortunately, that story did not go nearly as viral enough, again, because she isn't Taylor Swift. And this is going to be the dawn of the problems that we are going to face in our society, that people who do not want to sell their bodies are still going to have their images used, their face used to satisfy, again, perverts on the web. But now that it's happening to Taylor Swift, the conversation is going to get a lot more serious. And here's what I will say about Taylor Swift. She has been known to fight for something that is not for her benefit, but because it's simply right. One of the best things that Taylor Swift did, I don't know if you remember this, she took a photo with some guy way back when, and he touched her butt while they took the photo. He just grabbed one of her butt cheeks, and she sued him. She went through the entire court process, and she sued him for $1 to make an example out of him. Because no woman who is just simply taking a photo with a fan should have their butt grabbed. And she was absolutely right, and it was absolutely courageous that she did it. I want her to do the exact same thing pertaining to this. She is Taylor Swift. She's almost worth $1 billion. She has unlimited resources available to her. She's got the best lawyers in the business, and she cares enough about issues of women getting violated where she can take this to where it needs to be taken. Like I said, we never foresaw this happening, obviously, technology being able to do something like this. And so...
Who's we? What are you talking about? I think people did see it coming, just our government moves too slow to be able to do anything against it. Yeah, dehumanizing sex workers also leads to more assault as well.
What she would be doing is pioneering legislation against this, because there does need to be legislation against this.
Oh, also, and I'm pretty, like, maybe it's just me and I'm in like the streamer space, but like that Atriarch video or that whole thing with like Atriarch went pretty big. It was pretty huge, wasn't it? Like, as far as I remember, it was pretty massive. People were absolutely destroying Atriarch. None of the girls wanted to bring any like lawsuits against him. But that's like the only thing. I wouldn't say that this is like a good thing. This is what I call clickbait. Chat, now this is what I call clickbait. Okay. Thank you, Candace. Let me bring something up. Hey chat, did you see Charlie Kirk went on like a racist screed the other day while he was trying to talk about like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and he like and when it happened, he scared himself by how racist he actually was. After vocalizing his genuine opinions on black people, he was like, he got scared by how racist it sounded. It was crazy, dude. He was like, that's not, he said something racist and went, that's not me. That's not me. The left made me racist. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah. And in fact,
it's not this one. Let me see if I can find it. Where did he do it? I'm trying to find the video specifically.
Relief fact.
That's not it. In a couple days.
Of results.
I do it by finding the shirt he's wearing. The shirt he's wearing. Like Brosbiak. Let's see. Wasn't here. When was this posted? The 24th? This was 2 days ago. Maybe it's here. Yeah, here we go. I think I found it.
The Charlie Kirk Show begins in 1 minute.
Purchase it. It's terrific. About that. That's swag. I wasn't.
And it's not.
Quality of .com and was dead on arrival. No one thought that he was ever going to be anything.
This shit is so ass. Was it here?
See ya.
Happy to be here.
He is the main actor, right?
I all
don't say the name. Okay. Then or whoever
the house, John.
I'm just looking.
We'll take the stuff with D.
Was this it? Let's see. Nah, this isn't it. Where can I find this? I can't find it apparently. I'm trying to find the exact one where he did Iowa caucus. I have to go through his whole shit, dog. Not this one. Not this one. Do you think PewDiePie is racist? I think he's probably I think he probably has like racist ideas, yeah. In my personal opinion, it seems like he does, yeah. The reason why is because he definitely says the N-word in private. Like, let's be honest with ourselves, okay? You don't, here's my argument for when it happened. Do you ever just randomly say a word that you'd never actually say? Does that happen? Do you like accidentally say a word that you don't say? Because as far as I know, when it comes to interference and stuff like that, like when stuff pops into your head when you say stuff that you don't actually mean to, it's stuff that you've said before or thought before. Bro's absolutely said says the N-word enough to where it's in his head to be able to pop back up. So my idea is that probably he says it's very likely that he says the N-word in private enough for it to pop up in his head like that. And in situations like that where it just does. So probably in private with his friends, he's like, F you, fucking N-word, and he says the N-word hard to people. Probably. Do I know specifically? No, but probably. I mean, like, you just don't say random words that you don't say. Like, if it's not the hard R N-word isn't in my vocabulary. I would never accidentally say I'm black, and I also have black. I also know black people. Okay, I grew up around them. My ass has never said the N-word accidentally hard R. Never. Never. And it's never happened to anybody that I'm around either. That just doesn't happen. Anyways, yo, I found it. Take a look at this.
It's obviously for a loved one. So anyway, gonna do everything I can to avoid a hospital. So go to twc.health/CJ. The promo code CJ saves you 10% at checkout. What do you get? Well, the wellness company is building a...
Oh, is this that America First healthcare? So basically, Republicans don't want to use Obamacare because a black person made it. And so they've started to make their own AF care, like America First Care, Trump Care type stuff, where they're able to like have like God-fearing patriot doctors and not those cringe left-wing doctors instead. It's so weird. The setup is so pink and cute. You know what? I want a cute pink setup too. I deserve a cute pink setup. He shouldn't be the only one. Look at that. Now I'm pink. Huh? How about that? Mr. Kirk? Huh? Eat that. I'm pink too.
A parallel healthcare system that we can...
I do not care.
Definitely...
Reverse pilots the control
of their pilots on a PR perspective have terminal.
as a represent sexual...
Wait, here we go.
Now.
All right, topic number 2, thematically, I think we can open with clip. So we have clip 115.
Welcome aboard, folks. We are very proud to share that your pilot is the most diverse pilot on...
No Bud Light seats, gayness. In case of emergency, grab your homosexuality.
She is a 3'2" transgender pansexual Native American man who identifies as a 6'tall Korean woman. Any volunteers to help reach the controls are welcome. You will want to buckle up as her epilepsy is often triggered by the flashing lights in the cockpit. Remember to keep a whisper volume level as she may have to consult instructional videos as a refresher during the flight. Now, can we get a big cheer for diversity?
No, everybody grab your transgender penis.
Final destination. Plane explodes, everyone dies.
And then he then gets back to being in the terminal, if I remember the movie correctly, right?
But
Because
then
it's like a forward backward
fate kill.
Yeah. It's almost like it was all his imagination. Yeah. You're right. It was like all in his head. So true.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Good for you.
I don't think I saw more than that scene. I just remember that so vividly because it happens and then he goes back to the terminal. But who wants to take it? This is what's going on. So
this was a movie. They added all the like, all like the culture war bullshit, like and the video and like the voiceover. But the clip itself was from it was from Final Destination. They just edited it.
United Airlines. We have the Kirby clip. Can we get to this? Andrew, I want you to riff on this from a PR perspective. You had a beautiful take on it earlier. And we have the Kirby.
So just while they get it, so the reason, of course, it's in the news is people have dug up remarks that United Airlines CEO Scott Kirby made in, I think, 2021. But he says, United Airlines is very committed to making sure that 50% of their pilots are women.
I want to get that.
Yeah.
Yes. And by the way, just Andrew had 3 really good takes. First, from a PR perspective, of just how the questions were asked. And then,
they asked Kirby?
Remember, just like the framing. It's kind of, and I want you to just play this tape, and then I want you to walk people through.
Kirby has pivoted into a conservative talking head pundit on Fox News. That's crazy.
Through just because you
Dreamland must be out of jobs.
Kind of standpoint. Let's play cut 93, please.
Yeah, that's it.
Military. How is diversity and diversity targets working into the Aviate Academy? We have committed that 50% of the class of the classes will be women or people of color. Today, only 19% of our pilots at United Airlines are women or people of color. And by the way, from all the data I've seen, that's the highest of any airline in the country. White males don't just dominate in the cockpits, also in the C-suite at United Airlines. Well, look, at United, I'm proud of the diversity that we actually have in our C-suite. I think if you look around corporate America, one of the things we do is for every job when we do an interview, we require women and people of color to be involved in the interview process.
So I just want to say, white males dominate on the hosts of Thought Crime.
This is not a diverse space.
We have 100%. We have a diversity problem here on Thought Crime.
Yeah, we do.
We have.
I don't. I was gonna make a joke. People are gonna get mad at me if I make that joke. People are gonna get mad at me if I make that joke. Do it. I'm not making the joke, but what came to my mind was that they don't have a diversity problem because they're all clearly neurodivergent. I mean, just look at them. They can't. You're full of diversity, man. Don't be down on yourself. Mayo joke. Mayo monkey. Shark, you have the pass. I'm an autist. I have ADHD, okay? So I can say it. I have the pass. Oh, clearly disabled in some way. Don't claim any of them. Pass granted. Anyways.
Our demographics here exactly match the demographics of the men who wrote the Constitution.
So Andrew, just riff on this because the buried lead.
Yeah, and that's why we had to amend it so many times.
Here is not even the CEO answering the question. It's the Axios propagandist, the way he asks the question.
No, this is why we say that the media is the enemy of the people, because the way he asks these questions, he's assuming that this value system that's completely, arbitrary, it's just the next new thing. So he's assuming the virtue in his line of questioning. So he's demanding that the respondent, in this case, Kirby, CEO of United, fits into this moral framework that he's just established in the question. You could call it leading the question. Yeah, I mean, but the way that, imagine Musk pushing back on this.
What are you talking about? So here, he didn't ask him like a leading question. They were talking about diversity. And he said, how does diversity play into United? Like, how does diversity manifest at United? And then he goes, oh, we do this, that, and the third. They already have an initiative in place. Unless you think that the guy behind the scenes is like, N-word, F-word, N-word, F-word, T-word, F-word, sheesh. And then he starts saying some slurs about Mexicans and then says sand N-word too. Like, they're jamming with their racism. Like in the United headquarters, they're like reading, they're like before you have to sign in, you have to recite you have to recite to your passcode the Wikipedia list of ethnic slurs into the camera as it scans your eye, and that's the only way that you're allowed to be able to get into your desk, okay? But this interviewer was like, how do you think about diversity? And they're like, oh fuck, I forgot that people care about that, and then like thought of a way to make it seem like they cared about diversity. What are you talking about? They already had, what leading question? Slur.
Would basically be like, well, your question's BS. But instead you have this weak, effeminate, turns out drag queen CEO.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Doesn't push back on the premise, doesn't reject the premise at all. Instead,
who cares?
Parrots it back. And there's a striking moment here. 19% of United's pilot corps is minority or women.
Now, no coincidence, 19% of their flights are never on time.
Oh, is that what that video was? This is like United's president or something who likes to have fun in their spare time. I don't know, dude. How do you spend your spare time? I don't know, like shooting pictures of migrants crossing the border? How do you spend your spare time? Rape practice? Dude, quick draw with the slurs. You think he's in his training room for CPAC next time? You know, he's in the training room, you know? When he's at CPAC, it's just like the simulations. He has to keep his hands in his pocket, and then when the buzzer goes, okay, around him there are like pop-ups, and they're all of like minorities, and then he has to turn to the one that pops up and point at them and say the right slur. All right? So it's like ding, 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 ding. Nick. How do you spend your spare time, man? Some people have fun. Yeah, some people like performing. Some people like playing basketball or sports. Some people like painting. I don't, just because you don't have, just because the only thing you do in life is hate on people who enjoy theirs, doesn't mean that they're a bad person. Yeah, the slurring range. They're looking for slurs like they're in Sakamoto days, man. Shit's crazy. The slur slinger. He hitting slurs faster than anybody this side of the Mississippi. The Arizona Klansman with the big iron on his hip. Arizona Klansman with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip.
Coincidence, 19% of their flights are never on time.
Nice one. Negroes, am I right? Oh shit. Women. Oh, they can't drive. Oh, and now you're making them fly. Oh, look how that worked out. Hey. Mexicans, eh? I thought they could jump, but now they can fly. Who could see that? Hey. Oh, I knew I was on a United flight because my plane had a turban on it. Hey. Why do people say conservative comedy is so bad? You ever think, I'm being silenced? I'm being silenced. I'm being silenced. Hey, what's the deal with it? Listen, having more minorities on the plane may actually fix the deal with airline food. You ever think about that? We need to start thinking, okay? We can fix the deal with airline food. Finally, can you imagine instead of getting like dry crackers and like a stale sandwich, you get like some curry, you get some butter chicken? Holy. Can you imagine a square of fresh baked macaroni on the plane? Sheesh. Can you even imagine on your flight attendant offers you braised pork belly over white rice? Good golly.
Correlation without causation.
No, they have to get ready.
Yeah,
that's crazy. That joke was so bad. Him and his racist bros didn't even laugh. Dog, you got the whole squad laughing. Look at that face. Bro thought that was the funniest joke in the world. He's cheesing. He's cheesing like a rat.
It's a
get ready.
I was gonna riff on that. I can't. So here's what's crazy. Going from 19% to 50,
Negroes, am I right?
Blake's still laughing at himself. Going from 19% to 50-50 in 1 year. That he said our class in 2023 in 1 year is actually impossible. And I think Blake, you made this point. Are there even enough women or minority potential pilots out there that want to be a pilot?
Probably. Yeah, probably. And here's the thing, once again, he's saying 50%, like they're going from he's mixing up the two numbers. He's too stupid to actually understand what he's even mad about right now. Right now, there are 19% of pilots who are women or minorities in United. Their next class of pilots, they want to have 50% as women or minorities. But one class is not 50% of United's pilots. It's probably like 1%, maybe 3%. The new class, not the pilots. Bro's actually confused.
Where are they gonna find these people? It's the funny thing, because
where's the supply gonna come from?
There's a diversity push in literally every industry in America.
Good.
So they're like, okay, we need to have more, women and people of color physicists and pilots and finance gurus and film directors.
Amazing.
And
surgeons.
But we can't also it's
I hope
okay
so.
that they're more common than the population in professional sports or hip hop or any of these industries. And
listen, dog, if you think you can beat LeBron James in like a basketball game, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't think he could win. He already lost to his hairline. But I personally just think that if you really think you can jump higher and slam ball harder than LeBron James, then go ahead. Go. Nobody's stopping you from going to NBA tryouts, my man. That's the thing. There are a lot of white people in the NBA. I don't know. I really don't know what to tell you. But if you think you could do better, go ahead. And a lot of the NBA is based off of your genetics anyways. Being a pilot has not really much to do with your genetics at all. Being a like a basketball player does. If you're taller, it's just easier for you to reach the net.
Then we don't want that to go away. And you need only a very basic brain here to do the math in your head and say this doesn't work out. And then, if you just go back to the source, okay, well, like, what's the intake from this?
Okay, but you have a broken brain, so obviously you come out with the wrong answer.
Well, the reason that pilots are all male is to become a pilot is hard.
Male love flying.
A ton of hours in the air to become a commercial airline pilot.
A lot are veterans. Let's just yes.
So you get people who either are veterans, and those go through a pretty tough winnowing process, or people who care enough about it and have the resources to be hobby pilots at a high amount of time.
Or their parents paid for flight school when they're 16, 17, or 18 years old.
Exactly.
Which is a thing of upper middle class society.
And so,
okay.
You have to be careful saying that, because soon we'll get Congress just allocating $50 billion to the like women in flight program to pay for underprivileged people to just get flight hours, and then they'll just be crashing small planes all over the place.
Can poor people not fly planes? What the fuck are you talking? Oh, poor people have the gene. They have the non-flyy gene. What the fuck are you talking about? Why in the world would giving people the opportunity to fly planes who are interested be any more likely to crash a plane than like fucking Kyle, whose parents were surgeons, who does nothing but got interested in being a pilot one day and then went to pilot school only to drop it because he's a fail son. Come on, what are you talking about, man? Women be piloting. Women, just be honest that you just don't like the idea of your life being in the hands of women and minorities. Just come on, just say it. You think he gets scared when like a Somalian is his Uber driver or something? You think so? He's like, oh fuck. Joe Biden let the Negroes drive.
But I think this is the red pill of the red pill. I've every issue where anyone who's remotely normie in my orbit goes 10 out of 10. It's the flight one. I have to be honest.
Or like surgeons.
Surgeon and flight are the top two, where it's like no one really cares when it's HR managers. No one cared when it was, just kind of paper shufflers or even engineers. But now when it's like, wait, hold on a second. You're going to remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian.
Yeah.
Well, you bring these.
Did you have to go through the same?
I say this all the time.
When I get on an airplane, I want my pilot to be like, "Hi, this is Chad." Maybe like a little bit of a southern accent.
Chad Buckworth here.
No, Chad.
Bro's actually just racist. He's like, when I get on a plane, I want to know a white person is at the is at the wheel, dude. Is at the yoke. I need to know. Listen, they call it a yoke because it's all for the whites. Am I right? Come on, boy. You need to understand. Come on. Wouldn't you be scared if you knew some Negro had your life in its hands? Like, come on. Like, a woman? Really? We all know that they just pick random women off the honestly, probably what happened is that they stopped a white person from flying the plane, and there was just some woman sleeping out on the street. She was homeless, and they're like, fuck, finally. And then they just what they did is they cartoonishly put a piece of cardboard under her like she was a bug, and then picked her up slowly and then walked her over to the pilot seat and then just dropped her right there, and she go, huh? slapped the headphones on her, and said, "You are our pilot." That's how, just so you know, this is how DIE works. This is how diversity, equity, and inclusion policies work. It's just like we all know only white people can do things. So if like a minority, only white males can do things. So if like anybody who's not a white male is doing honestly anything, it has to be witchcraft. It has to be witchcraft. I mean, if you're not a white male, you're kind of like basically not a human if you think about it. Like, shut up. I hate you people so damn much. Ooh. Listen, if I hop on the plane, what I want, I'm honestly hopping right off if my pilot doesn't decapitate a plushie of it doesn't decapitate a plushie of Donald Trump before they start the plane, because like you bite the head off and then he goes, "Ah, fuck the whites," and then they throw the stuffing, and the stuffing scurrying like flying across the plane is kind of like how white people will soon be destroyed in America. And so that's what I really like. I honestly don't get on the plane if that doesn't happen. I get really scared. Like, what if a white person is there, you know? What if in the middle of like the flight, he starts to think about how he hates how, you know, women are allowed to have rights, and then he just, you know, I don't know, he like flies a plane and like he stops the plane, he just parks on the freeway and goes to shoot up a Walmart. I mean, I'm just saying, I just get a little worried. Oh no, dude. I get scared if like a white man is my pilot. Like, what if he kills himself mid-flight? I'm sorry. Like, come on, what if he crashes into a mountain or something because he's too busy like tweeting, because he's too busy texting on 4chan? I'm just saying, I get a little worried. JK. I'm memeing. Yeah, what if dude's high on opiates by the time he hits up the plane? I mean, come on. Pass granted. Thank you. I can say that because I have white friends. They let me say it. They give me the C word pass. A white guy has crashed into a mountain on purpose. That is true. You know, the craziest thing about it is that even though, despite making up 98% of all pilots, white pilots make up 100% of plane crashes in the United States. On just like normal commercial airliners. It's kind of crazy if you think about it. And that's a true stat, just so you know. There's never been a black person or a woman to crash a plane in a commercial airliner in the United States. It's never actually happened.
Yeah, exactly. This is my 31,000th hour. I'm kind of bored, honestly.
Yeah, I could do this in my sleep.
But exactly. I want just like cookie cutter, like pilot. Yeah, this is so easy to me. I don't want LaQuisha James.
They have that like
comes up,
pilot voice,
and she's just like, "Hi, ladies and gentlemen, pray for me."
And the truth is,
what? I think this is why we say racism. Not only is it learned, but it's actually a mental illness. These people are genuinely deranged. I'm telling you, right? Like, look at that smile, dude. Like, this was funny to him. He's like, so true. I want a white guy on the mic to be like, dude, I'm about to fall asleep right now. Not a black person to be like, hey y'all, what are you saying? Do you hear yourself? And then they come out, and these people will say shit like this and then be like, dude, I'm not racist. I promise I'm not racist, man. Their racism confuses me. Don't worry, Charlie's racism confuses himself. Just wait till we get to it. It's crazy.
This is a creation that the left wanted. Because
and they think you can't say anything about it because they'll call you a racist. And this is where we really have to take the gloves off and say,
we gotta get more racist guys.
Not get in the way of people's safety at 35,000
They're like,
feet.
it's offensive to call someone a diversity hire. You guys are the ones who legally require diversity hires. Yes. You are the ones who say, we need to hire people based on skin color. If we didn't hire people based on skin color, this wouldn't happen because every pilot would be qualified.
So here's the crazy thing that a lot of these people just simply don't understand. And you may hear stupid people in your life say something similar. The easy retort is, do you have any proof that these people are held to lower standards when they get their licenses when it comes to being a surgeon or like an electrician or a pilot or something? My thing is that if these people genuinely had stats to prove that these diversity hires in their mind, air quote diversity hires, actually were unqualified, it would be the biggest scandal in the entire country. It would be the largest issue in the country, period. Like, if that were true, these people, and this is how you know when conservatives are lying to you, okay? Because if a conservative has the stats to back up what they're saying, they will beat you over the head with it. If they even have a semblance of the stats to be able to give it to you, they will beat you over the head with it. You will always hear it. They'll always say it. They'll have it memorized. They'll parrot it like crazy. They'll, you might as well call them Polly. We're gonna make a joke about, I'm on Twitch, I can't make a joke about cracker, but anyways, I'm talking about the food item, okay? Call them Polly because they be parroting, all right? Constantly. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's their, like, 1350 is their catchphrase. And the biggest thing is they even fucked up that. It's not even true. 1350 isn't even real, right? But this is how you know they're lying to you, because there are no stats to back this up. They just feel like when a black person is in a position of power, it must be because a liberal let them have it and not because they got there. When a white person has a position of power, they simply believe that they got there under their own merit and gumption and hard work, and they don't want to accept the idea that they had privilege to be able to get to that spot. They were like, oh yeah, sure, like your mom or dad paid for flight lessons, and then but like disadvantaged people having flight lessons is apparently bad. So if you're like a fucking loser who relies on their parents to give them literally everything and can't work for anything and just barely get stuff done even when it's handed to them on a silver platter, but a poor person who has to work hard day in and day out and make far less mistakes to get like a percentage as far as like a guy who just was magically born to the right family is given the opportunity to be able to get even an ounce of the same amount of things that somebody who didn't have to work at all is, they find it as a huge scandal. Like, remember how they were like, I hate the idea of poor people getting opportunities. What the fuck ever happened to the idea? Because these people are like, I hate it when they give just like random minorities or whatever. Because in their mind, when they think of like diversity, equity, inclusion, they think people are just handed everything. But what actually is happening is that people are given the opportunity to succeed. There is no doctor that is unqualified when they get their MD, okay? There are many unqualified doctors. I would say a lot of them are white, not because they are white, but because they went to Harvard or whatever. They went to med school back when only like white people were allowed to get in, and they're so fucking old now that they're way back on the times. And they tell you to like eat some lead when you have like a headache or something. Okay, like they're really far back. I would say those people are unqualified, but most of those people are white, for one, so they may not accept that. It's just completely ridiculous to believe that minorities and women have to work less hard when it's very clearly stated after study and meta study and data and research that it's very clear that if you are a minority or a woman, you have to work harder on average than a white male to be able to get to where you are. So more likely than not, you are more qualified and overqualified to be in that position if you are of a minority background than if you are any other type of person. I'm not saying that white people are like bad at what they do or something. They're just people at the end of the day. But this is completely backwards because they are racist. Like, I know people, these type of people are like, nah, you call everyone racist. You are racist, dude. It's just true that you look at a black person and think they are simply worse. That's racism. What else am I gonna say? Like, I don't even have to like dig around to be like, oh, the definition and like separating your mental. No, you're just clearly racist. Bro said, if I hear my pilot and I think they're brown, I think I'm going to die. You're racist. I don't know how any other way to say it. There's no other way to say it. There is no nice way to say this. You are racist. This is the type of racism that even like, bro, like I think even like in slave owning South, that even them, they would call you racist for this take. This is the type of thing you like sit around the table with your fellow slaveholder friends, and one of them goes, "Cool it," with the anti-Negro remarks. Like I'm telling you, man. I've made my business off of them. They can be quite capable, actually. Look at the guy on the right. He's worried. Nah, this is Prosbiak. This is the guy that said the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was the Treaty of Versailles for white people. He's not worried. He might be king racist here. He's worried. Yeah, he's worried. He's worried they're not racist enough.
Jack is chomping at the bit here.
We said this on the show today, and I was like, I'm getting in trouble. I was with Mike Davis and said, fine, I'm going to say it. We're on Human Events. And I said, am I supposed to just not notice that Fannie Willis is on the exact same Soros prosecutor trajectory as Kim Gardner was in St. Louis? The exact same trajectory. And I'm sorry, but they look almost exactly the same, other than the fact that one had long hair and one had short hair. They have almost the same background. They have this very questionable legal experience. And one of them, if you remember, Kim Gardner had the prosecutor that was like lying to the grand jury. And I don't think there was ever any evidence of a relationship, but something funky was going on there. She's gotten so far out that even the mayor of like the far left liberal mayor of St. Louis was like, you need to resign. Like, you need to leave. And this was like what, last year? And then all of a sudden Fannie Willis is like, come on, she's not actually using the money for the prosecution for paying her lover off. And so she is. And they're going on all these trips and stuff. So I'm just like we're not supposed to know. We're not allowed to notice these things. We're not allowed to buy rich leather-bound books by Steve Saylor. We're definitely not allowed to read any of his columns, and we're certainly not going to talk about anything that he's written later on the show today.
But what is he yapping about? He's just yapping. But let me take it from here, because I can tell you something that's actually interesting to listen to. We can't have just things anymore. I kind of want to do a segment on this sometime, but white dudes can't just be like, that person did something wrong anymore. It has to be like DIE, diversity, wokeness, something. Things can't, you know how with these types of people, a movie just can't be bad? If a movie is bad and has a white person in it, it's a bad movie. If a movie is bad and has a black person in it, it's wokeness. If a movie is bad and has a like white male like lead, it's just like a mistake on like the director's part. If a movie is bad and has like a woman in it, it's like Mary Sue, evil, feminism, wokeness. Nothing can be just like good or bad anymore. They believe everything is everything in the world reflects their own personal views, and so they work backwards constantly to be able to justify everything in their worldview to themselves. They make a self-fulfilling prophecy, and no matter what, it'll always be correct to them, because they don't need facts to be able to back up what they believe, because what they believe in the world is fundamentally incorrect, leading to them needing to make up ideas for how the world works to begin with to reach that land. They basically create their own little mini world, and everything that gets into that world in their own head gets filtered through the funhouse mirror of their political ideology, and then now falls in line with everything else, and all the pieces fall into place. That's why these people sound so deranged when they talk. It's so weird.
But it's like,
yeah, it's like Schrodinger's wokeness. Yeah.
At what point and I guess, Charlie, that's to your point, right? It's the point where your life is literally in their hands that you say, all right, I can't do it anymore. Because the lies that you are forced to hold in your head,
19% are already diversity hires. So 1 out of 5 flights, you guys are putting your life in your own hands. this united.
Well, wouldn't it have been great if he just would have pushed back and been like, well, okay, hold on.
Make sure you catch that. He now says every time a woman or a black person is a pilot, they're not qualified.
We're making some headway here. We're trying to, at a young age, want to get them exposed to flying. But half the problem is that it tends to be white young men that want to get into the pilot.
Why does it matter? We want excellence. Well, screw you, weird white liberal.
He actually already forgot them talking about how those white young men usually get paid for by their parents to be able to go to flight school, which leads to a lot of that thing. My little sister was actually dating this young white boy who was in flight school as well. And being completely used to be completely paid for by his parents, and then he had to start to pay for it, and then he stopped going because it was too expensive.
A little pushback would have been a relief. He just assumed the premise was accurate.
And as if it's like perfectly fine. Like, yes, we need the most diverse flight crew ever because obviously when, by the way, Rob Schneider has the best, I love Rob Schneider. We've become friends. Can we play that tape, Ryan? We had it for the show. It's so well done. But Andrew, really quick.
Oh, that's crazy. Because I thought he'd be friends with Dan Schneider.
An acknowledgement of certain constraining limitations here. And I think that's what's so troubling is in that clip, he doesn't acknowledge that there is structural and cultural reasons for this disparity. And so you're sitting here as like a potential victim in the back of the plane going like, oh my gosh, like he's just going to force this through. And he doesn't seem to care about the fact that if some people can't fly so good.
If Delta wanted to just dominate, they should do an ad and be like, Delta Airlines, excellence is how we hire our pilots and you'll be safe. I'm telling you, they would have 20% more like ticket
they'd
sales.
get boycotted just have like
a Giga Chad pilot.
No, look,
everything's going to be fine, man.
300 people, I hope I'm wrong. It's just someone's going to die. Because we could joke about this all we want. Well, you cannot have, it's very, very sophisticated. You hire people for sophisticated, high stakes, immediate call jobs with 50 checklist items, and you do not have competency as the core reason, somebody's going to die.
You're okay.
I've never seen someone so thoroughly. It's so interesting. I've never seen someone so thoroughly scared, because you see the fear in his eyes when he talks. I've never seen someone so worked up. I've only ever seen somebody so worked up about something when they're having like a panic attack. I'm telling you this right now. As somebody who has anxiety and gets anxiety attacks, I've never seen somebody so worked up about something that's not real and in their own head that doesn't have like clinical anxiety or paranoia. I'm telling you this right now. I have family members who have anxiety and paranoia. I have an anxiety disorder. Like a lot of people I know do. Okay. And I have never seen something this bad unless they had like a clear anxiety disorder. I'm telling you, if like white men, which are like 99% of conservatives, actually got mental health checkups, that they'd be overrepresented in diagnoses too. Talk about white overrepresentation. Oh, they'd be overrepresented there too. I mean, come on, dude, this is crazy.
Okay, go ahead, Jack. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I actually looked this up recently when this whole sort of discourse began. And in the Soviet Union, it was known, and it was well known at the time, that it was the worst air travel in the entire world because, again, pilots in the Soviet Union, Aeroflot, were chosen for political reasons. Now, it wasn't diversity reasons, but again, it was another political, non-quality, non-qualified reason. So you had to be, you had to be of the right moral character, the right, which of course was run through the KGB and run through the party, and your family couldn't have any dissidents in it and all of this stuff. And you would get literally hundreds, almost 1,000 plane crashes throughout the history of the USSR, like something like 700, like this insane number, all the way up.
The plane sucked. I would probably say that I haven't looked into this, but I'm going to go on a limb and say that he's lying, and that's not true. And what actually happened is that their planes just were ass. I am more likely to believe that their planes were ass than like they scooped up then they scooped up Sergei Pavlovich off the street and he said, "Hail Stalin," and then they let him fly a plane.
to the point where, and this is why people still to this day ride the train a lot in that part of the world, because they're just used to that. They're used to air travel being incredibly dangerous. Up to the point in the 1990s, if anyone.
Oh, this guy's out of his mind. Bro said the reason why people in Russia use trains is because Stalin let all the planes crash. I think it's just because they had a really big country and trains were the most economic way to move things, and including people.
Remembers this. I don't remember this, but I know about it because Michael Crichton wrote a whole book about this, but it actually took place, his book takes place in the US, but this is an incident that actually happened in Russia in the 1990s. So it's a couple of years after the Soviet Union fell, but you still kind of have this pilot corps that's made up of like political apparatchiks and such, where
it is true. The first people to crash a plane were the first white people to fly one. So I don't know. I'm just saying that crashing planes must be in the Caucasoid blood. The first ones to ever do it did crash. So you think about it.
The pilot allowed his 15-year-old son and his 13-year-old daughter to take the controls while everyone's asleep on like a long-haul flight, and they accidentally disengaged the autopilot and were flying the plane itself and literally flew the plane into a mountain in Russia and killed everyone on board. And this was like Aeroflot, full commercial flight, just completely insane, lets his kids take the controls. And sorry, by the way, I just spoiled the book for anyone who was reading it or wanted to read it. But this stuff has actually happened, and like not that long ago in our history, which by the way, and you know this is going to happen next, because whenever there was a whistleblower,
what does this have to do with anything?
Anywhere in the Soviet Union who wanted to like come out and actually explain what was going on, you can only imagine what happened to them. And I guarantee that's the exact same thing the federal government will do when it comes to the diversity hire captains on our end. If anyone's
so true, Biden's gonna kill me for being white. Oh yes, I was waiting for it. Yes, it's just like the Soviet Union. When I say that I hate it, when I say that I get scared when I see black people doing anything, the Biden administration will slit my throat for being white.
Right, United. That's why they've got to run to, and I implore you, please go to James O'Keefe and get the information out now, because people are going to die. We are going to have planes raining down on the United States before this is done.
I hope you're wrong. Yeah, that's the truth of it. But
he is. Don't worry about it. You don't have to hope.
Charlie, you've been zeroing in on these issues, and I don't know if you've been doing it on the show as much.
O'Keefe hasn't killed himself yet. I'm not gonna say unfortunately, but yeah, he hasn't. He now runs his own little mini Project Veritas, where he does like talks and stuff, and he does like little mini investigations, stuff like that.
Much or on the chat, but you say that's a red pill issue. Trust me, this is a red pill issue. And what we're really getting at is,
I talk to a lot of normies.
Yeah, what you're really getting at, and see, this is why I've always been like migration, yes, or illegal immigration, whatever.
I bet you do. Because here's my thing, is that I know Charlie Kirk loves to say like, I talk to so many normal people. I know what the normal people are like. Like, here's the thing. For you to talk about conservative politics like this, you're not talking to normies, okay? And the amount of people that he's around, like he ain't talking to normies. I guess like the biggest number one thing against his idea that he always talks to normies is because he was using this exact same reasoning to like convince his like dopey followers into believing that Katie Hobbs was going to lose to Carrie Lake in Arizona, in the Arizona governor race. And also like Armstrong was also going to lose the Senate seat. He was like, I've been on the ground, I've been talking to normal people, and the word on the street is nobody's voting for Katie Hobbs. Dude, Carrie Lake is going to completely sweep. And then they spent the next week from him being like, I mean, like, it has to be coming. She's definitely winning, guys. The Democrats can't win, guys. I promise. I mean, I talk to so many normal people. Like, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Guys, the next dump, this one's gonna be it. The next one's gonna be it. Tomorrow, Carrie Lake is gonna take the lead. Guys, tomorrow, it didn't happen today. Tomorrow, the Carrie Lake is gonna take the lead. I promise. Right, it's about to happen. But okay. No, it's not. No, it ain't. It never happened. It never will.
Because it's something that you feel very viscerally.
It's primal.
You walk on your streets and you're like, man, 10 years ago, my street used to have my neighbors on it, and now it doesn't. And there's all these people that don't speak my language.
Yes.
And it's
what did he say?
These people that don't speak on it, and now it doesn't. And on it, and now, man, 10 years, something that you feel very viscerally.
It's the feelings.
You walk on your streets and you're like, man, 10 years ago, my street used to have my neighbors on it, and now it doesn't. And there's all these people that don't speak my language.
Yes.
And it's very disorienting.
I'm telling you, your neighbors probably do speak your language. They just probably, if they're your neighbors, they probably do speak your language. They just probably don't speak it. You just probably overhear them speaking another language when they're talking amongst them to themselves and to like their friends and family. They do speak your language. You just can't speak. It's not that you, here's the thing, okay? Because a lot of these people want to believe this. It's not that they don't speak your language. You can't speak theirs. They can speak, usually people can speak English if they're in America, okay? It's just usually you can't speak, like Arabic or Chinese or Spanish. That's what or French. You can't speak their language. That's usually how that goes.
And people will vote that way. We're seeing this upend the Western world, right?
Where
guns are like this because it's very personal. You're trying to take something away that makes people safe.
Makes them feel safe.
You're talking about the Chilean robbery rings.
Yes.
Because people are like, I don't feel safe in my home. And we can see from the crime statistics that they're going up. Inflation, it hits personally. And that's why I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits, or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off. And I feel better now thinking about that.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry.
Oh, here we go.
If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's
finally. My work is done. He's just racist. he's just racist. Thank you. I've had to like explain why this dude's so racist so many times. Now he just comes out and says, he's like, if I see a black person, I hate him. No, if I darn tootin', you want to hear thought crime? Racism. There you go. That build up. He was, dude, look at him. You know that image? Wait. What's the, you know how this dumb bitch felt? You know how this dumb bitch felt when he just said that? He felt like this. I hate Negroes. Nobody will say it. I'll say it. I'm the chosen one. Yes, I hate those Negroes. No, I can't let them fly my plane. Jerome can't touch my yoke.
You wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
I want to be as blunt as.
Yo, did you see this dude? It's like they're at a holy crap. That's not me. That's not me. Says something crazy racist. I don't believe this. That's not me, dude. I don't believe this.
To the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now. Thinking
No, I mean,
about
like,
that.
you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that
before.
before.
That's not who I am. That's
No.
not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
I want to be as blunt as.
That's crazy. It's like they're at an AA meeting. You know what I mean? It's like he's. I know I was supposed to be clean, but I took a shot of alcohol, and they're like, "It's okay, man. We all relapse. It's all right. Just keep working. It's all right." They have to it's okay. You're okay. The left made you racist. When they said we should stop hanging black people, that was made you racist. It's not you. It's not you. It's them. They did this to you. They're like, look what the left did to my boy. They made him racist. The left made me hate black people. You have to understand. It's not me. I have to say, saying something crazy racist and then going, but that's not who I am, is probably one of the most conservative things I've ever heard in my entire life. It's probably one of the number one most Republican things I've ever heard in my life. Say something super racist and then go, that's just not me though. There's that, like, I know I actually believe it, and I said I believed it, and I'm going to say it again, but it's like not me, you know? It's an idea somebody else gave to me.
As possible, because now I'm connecting two dots. Wait a second, the CEO just said that he's forcing that a white qualified guy is not going to get the job. So I see this guy, he might be a nice person. I say, boy, I hope he's not a Harvard-style affirmative action student.
That's so true. Party of personal responsibility realizes this is actually the only time I've ever seen Charlie Kirk genuinely give some introspection on himself, and he instantly deflects and blames the left. You ever just think about that for a moment. The only time I've ever seen this man go, like understand, like practice mindfulness, but he's so warped in his own political ideology that he has to be like, it has to be the left that did this to me. Once he finally realized one of the many problems with him, he then externalized it to somebody else who did it to him. What racism does to a motherfucker, right?
Yeah. That has points for, and he landed half of his flight simulator, trials.
That's the thing. It's
and
such a good point.
And by the way,
so fair.
It also
it's not fair.
It creates like unhealthy thinking patterns. I don't want to think that way.
No.
Yeah. And no one should, right? I mean,
the left's making me racist.
Like, you have to. And by the way, then you couple it with the FAA, air traffic control. They got a bunch of morons and affirmative action people. Yeah, let's play cut 112. What is? Can you give me some context about what
this is? So when you land,
okay. I'm just I don't know. We could just leave it at there. I think that's about good. Okay. So bro, oh my gosh. Or maybe we can watch a little bit more. Tell me what do you guys think? Cut it there or like a little bit more? He actually realized his racism. Finally, he understood. But then was like, it can't be me who's being so racist. It has to be the left that did this, because I'm not racist. So the racist thought had to be put in my head by the left saying that women should be given more opportunities. But even in that's racist, thinking that people having more opportunity by definition means that, and you heard like his ideology. He's like, oh, these people are just unqualified. When he heard the idea that poorer people or people who are disadvantaged get the opportunity to fly planes, he's like, they're gonna be crashing planes because those people are just too stupid to be. It's just in them to be just too stupid or not good enough to be able to fly those planes. So the people who get to fly the planes are the ones who are able to fly the planes, just like God only sends people who flies planes and man sends people who can't fly planes. And so if you're able to do it, that means you have the mandate of heaven or something, right? Just the universe only filters good plane flyers there once we just do nothing. And by do nothing, I mean 200 years of racism, 100 years of segregation, right? That's the do nothing, right? And then after that, then we notice all the plane flyers, all the pilots are white, and then we go, oh, that's just how God made it. That's just how the universe must run. JonTron level of reasoning, right? Racism, genuine racism, wild stuff. What else is there to get out of this? Do you think it's called thought crime because they commit crimes against reason? Keep in mind that affirmative action has been removed for over a year, meaning that they can't use some kind of racial quota. I believe that was only in college admissions. I don't know if that spread to other affirmative action in like other places. Only college. I think that was only for college admissions as far as I remember. But I guess I could be wrong. But yeah, they don't have like a real racial quota. No, that's not true. Yeah.
And there's a dialogue that goes on between the pilot and air traffic control. So you've got this pilot.
Is this real?
This is real, apparently. And he's
said
having
apparently.
a debate. Well, it's going around. Somebody probably leaked it to James O'Keefe. But like,
okay,
he's having a debate with air traffic control, and she's trying to tell him how she thinks he should land, and he's saying, "Woman, I've been doing this for 15 years. I think I know what I'm doing." And she goes, I just Googled this.
Do you remember when I said this a couple weeks ago? I said what they're hiring a bunch of blacks for no reason at air traffic control and they're
this
crazy.
Started in the Obama years. This is
no,
actually
I know.
a story.
I'm saying though, this has been going on, and I've been getting whistleblowers from the FAA for years, and people say you're a racist, you're this. Play cut 112.
For a short approach, if you're going to do a power off 180, that's my point.
Well, okay, I will remember that from now on, no problem.
Yeah, when you ask for a short approach, I expect you to turn your base to beam the numbers.
All right, this will be a full stop for 65 Charlie, and maybe we need to talk about that some more because you're the first controller in 15 years that's ever said that.
Well, I'm just, if you ask for a short approach is when you turn your base to beam the numbers. If I know you're a student asking for a short approach, I know you're out there practicing and you probably will extend. But if you're doing something other than a short approach, don't ask for a short approach.
Well, I will definitely look up the definition of short approach because I've never seen where it says you turn base to beam the numbers because I don't see how you could possibly do that.
Well, I Googled it, actually. I Googled short approach, and it says turn your base to beam or before the numbers, and you will land probably
Is this real?
around midfield.
Can we?
It sounds real.
No, I want to. Can we make? Can I? Where did this come from? Can we get the chirp? I need the chirp. Where's my chirp? Come on, guys. We got to be quicker on the.
Chat, is this real? Chat, is this real? Chat, is this real? Wait. Short approach. I don't know. Wait here. You know what? Let's go to r/flying, okay? Because that's where the real, that's where I know the real pilots are. And if they're not real pilots, I know they play Warframe, which means that not Warframe. I know they play what's it called? What's that military based flying game? Is it Warships? War Thunder. Thank you. They either play War Thunder or they're actually pilots, which is just me saying actual pilots twice.
Cherokee 65 Charlie, there's traffic on the parallel. The traffic you're calling.
Okay.
We're going to.
No, that's okay. He can call up here.
Before we talk to everybody. Tower 7 pop back.
Number 2, the approach for access and accommodate.
I will most definitely do that. It's just most.
Well, I Google. Okay, so here it is. So I found what they were talking about. Okay. I found what they were talking about. So this was from 3 months ago. Well, I Googled it. Pilot and ATC argument at Denton. All right. All right. So r/flying chimed in. They said, "Lol, I fly out of this airport, and you wouldn't believe the drama this single incident caused. The training communities in the field. Have you ever heard of somebody request a power off 180 and the pattern at control airport? Some to KDTO, and you will." Oh my goodness. As the tower simulations, the OKC, where a lot of FAA controllers are trained, telling the aircraft to make a short approach will cause them to turn base for half a mile, for a half-mile final instead of the normal 1 mile final, I think. Instruct the engine piston aircraft to make a short approach. Damn, what the fuck? There's too much jargon in here. There is no definition. Oh, wait, is there no real definition of what a short approach is? At my Class D airport, when I do a power off 180, they tell the controller so in exactly those words, and they clear me for a short approach. The busy 135 operator, who parks the far end of the 4,000, I guess this 4,000 foot runway, typically gets cleared for a short approach by default in their C206, 206S, and 207S, and usually rolling their final. So short approach means various things. Most power off 180s are short approaches, but not all short approaches are power off 180s. Short approach means power off 180. I knew who the controller is. For those you don't know, she's rude. She's rude, doesn't know her airspace, wants to argue about everything. She's the KDTO version of nails on a chalkboard. Best thing I can say about her is that at a student heavy airport, at least potential pilots meet ATC at its worst early on. Okay, it seemed like the consensus is actually that like a short approach means many different things. And if you want to tell people like at the air control exactly what you're doing, you tell them exactly what you're doing. Not use short approach terminology. Okay. So what they're going to say now is because they hear this and think that this is a woman speaking. Well, let me just guess. They hear this and think it's a woman speaking. So they think the woman must not know what she's doing because they hired her simply because she was a woman and then just put her there, and now she Googles everything instead of knowing anything. All right. Even though it seems like short approach actually means many different things. Okay. I haven't seen anything to corroborate exactly what a short approach means. So yeah, it seemed like that's true. Wow. Wait, let's see if I'm right.
Where did this can you find this where this came from, Blake?
I'll look into it.
I want to make sure this is 100% right, by the way.
I never heard this before. I didn't know that was coming. God, no.
We're all dead. This is a pilot who's 30.
They're actually both. They're actually both right.
5,000 feet in the air, trying to land a plane full of passengers, communicating with some moron who is no better than, like, you know, just customer service.
To be honest, though, she sounded somewhat
It's a real
knowledgeable.
person. The woman is Brenda Mooney, and she's apparently a air traffic controller at the small airport of Denton, Texas.
So this was a real dialogue.
Apparently, at least they've fingered a real person, and there's a petition with 1,700 signatures to
Should not be fingering people like that.
Well, look, my money's on the pilot, okay? I'm going to be honest. I don't know the technical stuff of what they're talking about at all.
Okay, I have no clue what they're talking about. I have no clue who's actually right. But I'm going to take the guys as right because why?
I have plenty of pilots that I can ask, but I could say this.
Why?
You know, a lot of people email the show. I have had pilots and air traffic control say, Charlie, you have no idea what's happening in air travel. The woke mind virus has taken over. People are going to die.
She's
Planes
a
are going to fall out of the air.
Even the New York Times has covered this. They've covered how there's this huge increase in near misses.
Yeah.
Well, because at some point the New York Times wants to go to the Bahamas.
Yeah.
And even they are like, I don't know how I'm going to be exempt from this.
Okay.
Part of it.
There it is. Yeah, it's the woke mind virus. That's code word for them for woman. Okay. Yeah, I was right. Okay. Seems right. Wait, let me see. Plane near misses. Let's see. Airplane close calls happen far more often than previously known. All right, let's see. On the afternoon of July 20th, 9 days later, more problems, and then there were some more problems. The incidents highlighted primarily by the FAA safety reports, but not publicly disclosed, were among a flurry of at least 46 close calls involving commercial airlines last month alone. They were part of an alarming pattern of safety lapses and near misses in the skies and the runways in the United States. The investigation found while there have been no major U.S. plane crashes in more than a decade, potentially dangerous incidents are occurring far more frequently than most realize. So far this year, close call commercial airlines have been happening on average multiple times a week, according to the New York Times analysts of internal FAA records on some pages. The incidents often occur near airports and were a result of human error. The agency's internal records show mistakes by air traffic controllers stretched thin by a nationwide staffing shortage have been one major Oh, so it's not them hiring black people, it's by them not hiring anybody. Oh, so it's instead of it being the woke mind virus leading to a bunch of near misses, it's the fact that they don't have enough they don't want to pay enough people good enough wages to do a really important job, which is stopping planes from hitting each other. Oh my gosh, bro, yo, it's that same exact thing. You know when like weirdos are like, they observe something in capitalism and then they say this has to be socialism? It's just that they realize that their conservative ideology of putting money over everything is actually causing problems, but instead of it being a capitalism problem, it's actually a woke mind virus problem. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah.
It though is that there's just simply more air travel, right? And so there used to be a rule in aviation, and I'm out of my depth here, but this was explained to me, that you used to have to fly 2,000 feet.
They're misquoting it on purpose. I actually don't think so. I think these people are deranged, and they're actually suffering from some sort of anxiety, paranoia that makes them need to that makes them like want to believe it. I think they're, as much as they're convincing other people, they're also convincing themselves, in my personal opinion.
Like on top of each other, right? So you had to have 2,000 feet of clearance plane over plane if you were going to come within a certain proximity to one another.
They probably didn't read it either. At some point,
that was deemed to be too much trouble for the aviation industry.
That's true. Listen, out of anything my pilot can say, they're like, don't worry. I was just watching Charlie Kirk about how to fly this plane, and no woke mind virus on this plane. My ass is like, I don't care what I'm doing. I'm punching the windows until my knuckles are bloody to climb out. You can't keep me on this plane. I'm going to make an incident. I'm not dying here. I ain't dying here, man. You ain't doing this to me.
Industry, and so they lowered the threshold to 1,000 feet of clearance, which just means the planes are flying closer together midair, especially as you approach busy, airports and things like that, cities. Because remember, it's not just commercial air travel. We've got Cessnas, you got private jets, you got hobby flyers. So it's a complicated. I just want to.
Oh, so it's all the white people making all the problems, huh?
I just want to say it's a complicated field, and there's a lot going on and a lot of variables. But
Wall Street Journal, FedEx, Southwest Planes come within 100 feet of each other during close call. I mean, this is happening all the time.
Yeah. Remember, it's a complicated field, but it is one
needs
where
to
we're
be done
also
right.
endlessly
But hold
messing
on.
with it.
It's not that complicated because we actually came to a place of agreed upon standards and safety, and now we're deciding to destroy that. And to Andrew's point, my working hypothesis, I think is rather unique to us and me, is that
he invented new racism.
Taking is way more powerful than the politics of even giving. You're taking someone's abortion rights away. You're taking their guns away. You're taking their country away. You're taking kids away. It is immediate. It's personal. You imagine your life without that thing. Taking of gas stoves, the taking of your car. And the side that is doing the taking tends to not be as popular. And that's why abortion tends to be not a winning issue for us currently, is it feels as if we're going in and interfering and taking something away from people. Now, putting that aside, it doesn't.
This is actually like politics 101. Like 15 years into this guy's career, he's like, oh, when I take stuff from people, they don't like it. This is the conservative. This is the brain engine behind the conservative movement in this country. This is he's so smart. People are like, so can you imagine the conservative watching this and going, so true, yo, I never thought about that.
I can't imagine how the Democrats will spin this one. And by the way, House Republicans, you want to get a PR win? Drag the United Airlines CEO.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, just the same way that what
Elise Stefanik
did with Harvard. Bring this guy up.
I forgot about how bad it was with the FAA's,
it's bad.
gutting the standards. So this was covered with Tucker Carlson back when I was there.
Oh, but like, just like, it's not happening. It's not real. So you just get random homeless blacks off the street and put them in the pilot seat, huh? No. Well, I have this clip from Charlie Kirk saying that you love women and you only let the minorities fly the planes. Why do you hate white people? I don't. Well, all your planes are having trouble. We want to hire more controllers. That's why we're opening up the class and hiring more people. But I bet they won't be white, and that's how I know they won't be qualified. What? Yo, dog, what? What? I have a feeling some jerking went down after they ended this podcast. They were like, dude, I can't believe he was like, I promise I'm not racist. The left made me racist. I couldn't just be racist, right? It had to be, I couldn't just be a racist person, huh? Right, guys? I couldn't just be racist, right? It has to be the left. He's like, yeah, true. You're so not racist. Of course you're not racist. Okay. All right. I think this is the best explanation of the conservative mind virus that I've ever seen. That's wild. He got so racist, it scared him. His own racism scared him. He was actually like clutching his pearls after he realized how racist he actually is. Wow. All right. Hey, doofus. Hey, goofball. Well, I will say one thing. I think it's been a good stream. I think that's all I can do for today. I'm a bit tired. I think we got a lot of stuff done. What do you think, chat? I think we talked about a lot. I think this has been a very productive stream. I wanted to work in some more reacts, and I think it worked out very well. Oh, close that down. All right. Okay. I think that's good for today. Thank you all for watching. I really appreciate you. It's been a great time. I've been freed from prison. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Who do you think we should raid? You know what? Let's raid Mr. Fantano. My moody Fantano. I love that guy. I've never raided him before, and I was like, you know what? He's streaming now. Why not? Let's give him a couple viewers. Raid the CIA. Well, I did say Anthony Fantano, so it might be the same thing. The internet's busiest music nerd. He's such a cool guy. Let's raid him. Thank you all for watching. I really appreciate you. It's been a great stream, but my neck hurts and I'm also hungry. And I think it's about time to get out of here. Oh, what a perfect ending song. How about you guys? How about we play some Mario Kart tomorrow? Huh? I don't want to get rusty. Can you do a little bit of practice? It could be fun. But until then, thank you. Join the raid. Join the raid. Join the raid. And I'd love to see you again on another meme stream. Have a good one.